the meeting. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So members, you are reminded that the recording of webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record of the or take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy the parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I also remind members that if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. We have a list of speakers. Those wishing to speak should make their way to the lectern when I invite you to speak. Finally, may I remind members that in order to keep everyone safe, masks must be worn at all times except when talking at the lectern. Also, could members please wipe down the lectern after you have made your speech. Tea and coffee will be served in the fire, and the fire bar will be open from 16 until 4 o'clock until the end of the break, selling snacks, soft drinks, and food. Now, my next item is declaration of interest. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have interest to declare? Okay then. Next item, that the minutes of the meeting held on 11th January 2022, having been circulated to each member of the council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Second. Is that agreed? Thank you. I have one announcement in relation to the Parda period for the Erdington by-election. This Parda period starts today and ends on the close of the polling on 3rd March. Petitions. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petition presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Now I have a list of those who want to present petitions this afternoon and will invite you to do so. Please note that I intend to seek that all petitions are seconded and agreed together when all petitions have been presented. Please present your petitions and return to your seat. As I said, all petitions will be seconded and agreed together when all petitions have been presented. I call upon Councillor Ikhlaq to present the petition.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. My first petition involves petition against HS2 access road on Drews Lane. The residents of Drew Lane who have signed this petition, there's a slip line, a solid white line. Residents cannot turn right into their drives, and when they come out, they can't turn right onto Drews Lane. I propose this goes to highways. My second petition is we, the undersigned residents of Ward End, call upon Birmingham City Council and Highways England to install speed calming measures and speed cameras along Washington Heath Road between Asquith Road and St Joseph's Road. For too long, this section of Washford Heath Road has caused road traffic collisions and there has been serious injuries and fatalities to pedestrians, cyclists and road users. I move this goes to Highways. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have petitions all related to getting trees cut back on Birdbrook Road, Tresham Road, Atlantic Road, Kings Road, Courtenay Road and Harston Road. I ask that these go to the relevant department. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a couple of petitions. The first petition is, we the undersigned request that Richmond Croft Green land is replaced with parking space to help prevent continuous missed refuse collections as refuse trucks struggle to drive down the Croft due to inconsiderate drivers and also an increase in households having vehicles. Removing the green, which is not used, would help prevent access problems for refuse trucks, which has caused continuous miscollections. This petition is also supported by Perry Bar Police Neighbourhood Team, who have provided a letter of support due to the continuous complaints received by West Midlands Police. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can this go to housing, please?
Thank you.
Next petition is objection to all-night dessert shop on Thornbridge Avenue, Perry Bar. We, the undersigned, object to plans for an all-night dessert shop on Thornbridge Avenue, Perry Bar. Residents are concerned that an all-night dessert shop will attract antisocial behaviour, causing problems to the local residential community here. There are additional concerns that the establishment will apply for an alcohol licence potentially in the future. And can this please go to the relevant department, please? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Atkin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have one petition which is in email form, so I'll make sure it's sent on, from parents of Kings Norton Primary School who are campaigning against its forced academisation. So I move that that goes to the Education Department, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Pocock.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents of the Sutton Vesey ward living in the vicinity of the Chester Road. They're concerned about speeding traffic on Chester Road and they're calling for a flashing speed warning sign to be placed on the road in the vicinity of their properties. Could I ask that this is forwarded to the head of highways?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have four petitions this afternoon. The first one is a petition from residents of Dalbury Road, Dudbridge Road, Eggington Road and Smills Road, Hall Green, calling on Birmingham City Council to introduce a grass verge protection scheme along those roads. And I move that this goes to highways. The second petition is from residents of Atchison Road, Delray Road and Watwood Road, Hall Green, calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the entire length of carriageway along those roads. I move this also goes to Highways Department. My third petition is also from residents of Atchison Road, Delreen Road and Watwood Road in Hall Green, calling on Birmingham City Council to introduce road safety measures, such as the introduction of a 20-mile-per-hour zone in those roads. I move that goes to Highways. And my final petition is from the residents of Hall Green North Ward, calling on Birmingham City Council to install CCTV cameras on Marion Way, Hall Green, to tackle fly tipping in the local area. I move this goes to Public Protection Environmental Health. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dedialu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I have a petition from residents of North Edgbaston asking for residential parking permits, and I request this goes to transportation. Thank you.
Councillor Moran.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As many of you be aware, the Conservative group have long campaigned for Birmingham City Council to restore free bulky waste collections and scrap garden waste charges, which was introduced by the Labour group in 2014 and has a really hard impact on the poorest in our society and led to the increase in fly tipping. The last 6 months, we've done a petition across, frankly, Hollymore and Great Park, and we've had an overwhelming response to this. And so I would firstly like to thank all the residents for returning this because they have spent their own money doing it. And I'd like to hand this into the Cabinet Member to Street Scene and Parks and urge you, please, to finally restore free bulky waste collections and to scrap garden waste charges in the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Alder.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 3 petitions to hand in. The first is from residents objecting to planning application 2022/00238/PA. I move that goes to the Planning Department. The next one is from residents objecting to planning application 2021/10836/PA, and I move that also goes to the Planning Department. And the last petition is from residents calling for some dangerous roads to be repaired, and I move that goes to the Highways Department. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hand. No? No more. Is that all these petitions are seconded? Are they agreed? A petition update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. The next item is to deal with the oral questions. There are no public questions to be asked at today's meeting. Hence, we move on to the next. The next section is for the oral question from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member, or a West Midlands Joint Authority or Ward Forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. Please note that Councillor Phil Davis is not in attendance at this meeting, so question to him will be answered by Councillor Mike Lady. The time for this section is up to 10 minutes. Councillor Mahmood. Majid Mahmood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Chair of the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Mohammed Akhlaq. Lord Mayor, I note from the Birmingham City Council website that the current signatories for the Business Charter for Social Responsibility stands at 518. However, 409 of them have their status listed as expired and only 109 are listed as live. Perhaps the signatories no longer have a contractual relationship with us or the website has not been updated. Lord Mayor, as such, will the Chair of the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee instruct officers to bring a detailed report to the next committee meeting so that we can discuss? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mahmood, for his question and his interest in Birmingham Business Charter for Social Responsibility, which one of the first important initiatives for delivering social value outcome introduced by this Labour administration 10 years ago. Historically, the list was a cumulative list of companies that signed up to the Charter, rather than a more accurate record of those who are currently delivering social value outcomes. Nowadays, the first reflects those companies who have current contracts, as they are required to sign the Charter and entirely dependent on how many contracts are procured, and that the course will be variable number. Can I assure Councillor Mahmood that we have our Resources Overview Scrutiny Committee meeting next week, and under the agenda item of the work the committee will undertake, I'll make sure it is discussed at the committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Kausar.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is the Vice Chair of Licensed Public Protection, Councillor Mike Lady. Can you please tell me what role the Council plays in tackling illegal money lenders? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Causa for the question. My Lord Mayor, the Council plays a leading role nationally in the fight against illegal money lending, which blights poorer communities and ruins lives. The Council is lead authority nationally and works with partners, including the Home Office, in tackling this crime. In October to December, in the last quarter of 2021, the illegal money lending team received 91 reports of illegal lending, which has led to 46 new investigations and 73 new illegal lenders being identified. In the same period, the illegal money lending team has executed 6 warrants across local authorities in England. 7 people were arrested and 17 victims of illegal lending received support from the team. The illegal money lending team also continues to assist with investigations into fraud, business grants, and a major issue for taxpayers given recent revelations of the government's failure to track more than £4 billion in fraudulent COVID loans. In addition, Lord Mayor, to those of us that watch daytime TV, the money lending team are regular participants on daytime TV. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Any more questions on this, in this section? No? We move on to next section. The next section is for oral question from councillors other than cabinet members to a cabinet member. 1 supplementary question is allowed. Please note that Councillor Paulette Hamilton is not in attendance at the meeting, so question to her will be answered by the leader. The time for this section is 20 minutes. The first person, Councillor Clancy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Shabrana Hussain, Cabinet Member for Housing and Neighbourhoods. Is she in attendance? Like many colleagues in this chamber, I have a number of garage sites in my ward where nothing appears to be being done to refurbish or repurpose them. Instead, they have become a magnet for fly tipping and antisocial behaviour. Can you therefore tell this chamber what your plan is for garage sites in the city and why it is so hard for residents and even elected members to get straight answers on this?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. We are actually doing a review on all the garage sites at the moment, so we will be in touch with what we've identified. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Even where action has been taken, this appears to be badly disjointed and poorly managed. In one case I had in West Heath, officers from the clearance team contacted the area team on a Friday to tell them that the garages would be demolished on the following Monday. But it appears that even the area team had not been informed before then, so no one had any thought to tell the residents this was happening, let alone consult with them on the plans, so the plans had to be abandoned. As we have seen with the squabbling between the housing service and the waste collection team, this council appears unable to even know what other parts of the same organisation are doing, and yet again it is the residents left at the back of the queue for both information and support. So I ask the Cabinet Member, what are you actually doing to address the poor standards of communication and customer service within your portfolio area?
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, if you want to send it over to me and I'll have a look at it. There is work being done, and if you would, like I said, if you want me to get in touch with it, send it to me and I'll personally look into it to see what the communication is going on in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mariam John.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Wasim Zafar, Cabinet Member for Transport. Can Councillor Zafar agree with me that money from the CAS zone was decided to be spent on the paving stones in the city?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The legislation with respect to how CAS revenue resources is spent is very, very clear. It needs to be spent on transport policies, and one of the key policies of this council is to improve walking, cycling and public transport in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can Councillor Wasim Zafar explain, if being invested in schools, as Councillor Hunt debated in last full council, how much is the exact amount, and if unsure at this point, we would like to be advised to how much in total, even though you have explained in the written answers, we will be advised in March. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a written response quite clearly conveys, we are bringing a Cabinet report forward in March, in early March, that will allocate substantial resources from CAS revenue to some very, very important projects which will support making the roads outside our schools safer, will support our transport policies to encourage more people to walk to school, and ensure that we're doing everything possible to also improve the cycling infrastructure within our school. I know Councillor Jan is really, really keen on these projects, but I'm just asking her to be a little patient as we pull together these projects and bring them forward to Cabinet in March. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my question is to the Cabinet Member for Street Scene and Parks, Councillor John O'Shea. Following on from my question to you via the leader at the last council meeting regarding clearing fly tipping, and particularly in alleyways, and the subsequent announcement of 1.4 million to clear said fly tipping, can the Cabinet Member clarify if this means a change in policy regarding clearing fly tipping from alleyways not owned by the council, which in the past Birmingham City Council has refused to clear?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pritchard, for your question. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the last meeting. I was unwell. As far as I'm aware, our policy remains. We are fortunate that, thanks to the sound financial management of this council by the Labour administration, we now have additional funding which will allow us to tackle some of the priorities put forward by our residents. We know that untidy and rubbish-strewn back alleyways have been a problem. We always have had the power under the Public Health Act of 1930 to clear them, but that has always come at a cost to residents and those who have access to alleyways. We are now able to put some money in for this year to try and get some of those worst affected alleyways cleared. And I hope everybody in this council will welcome that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Supplementary?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Regarding the 1.4 million that's been announced, Will he or the council provide a ward breakdown of how that new 1.54 million will be spent across the city to ensure that transparency and accountability, and make sure that all communities that need to benefit from this extra money to clear fire tipping will benefit?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the follow-up, Councillor Pritchard. We are, of course, transparent in how we spend the money. I can't promise the money we spent equally across the city in all 69 wards, purely because not every ward has the same issue with alleyways that are polluted and blighted by fly tipping. We have something of the order of 2,700 alleyways that the council owns, and there was an equally large number of shared ownership alleyways. They'll be prioritised on the basis of need, and we'll deal with that, but I'm sure we'll be able to provide details of where our crews have gone across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mariam Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment, Councillor Waseem Zafar. Children in Birmingham are a huge asset in helping change the culture around a cleaner and safer environment, and will continue to drive positive change. Can the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment inform the Chamber what work is taking place to encourage more parents to walk their children to school rather than use cars? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Khan asks a very, very important question. Children are a very, very important asset to our city, and I know members across this chamber will identify some of the challenges that we have outside schools in our respective wards, and I know members across this chamber do a hell of a lot of work with children and schools right across the city. Lord Mayor, 272 schools across our city are signed up to the Mode Shift Stars work, where the council and other partners work with those schools to encourage more parents to walk to school with their children. Some of them cycle their children. There's a number of initiatives, whether it's walking bubbles, park and ride, and the WOWS project, which in itself has had a 23% increase, Lord Mayor, in children walking to school with their parents in the schools that particular project has been identified. There's also some award-winning schools. We've got one gold award, gold accredited school on the Mode Shift Stars, 5 silver and 32 bronze. And Lord Mayor, I'll take this opportunity to encourage members across this chamber to encourage and lobby more of their schools in their respective wards to also sign up to the Mode Shift Stars work. Lord Mayor, I'll be sending details round to colleagues around within the chamber in the next few days with respect to Mode Shift Stars, so they can use that information to lobby head teachers and the school community to sign up. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I do have a supplementary. Air quality is also a challenge at schools. How are school communities being educated about the importance of tackling air pollution in and around schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last week we launched the Clean Air Strategy, which looks at building upon the work of the Clean Air Zone and ensuring that we're working with stakeholders right across our city to bring forward projects that clean up the air, not just to legal levels, but to safe levels in every single neighbourhood in our city. And schools are absolutely paramount to that. We need to ensure that when our children go to school, they are in the safest possible environment. Last week I joined two of my outstanding colleagues, Councillor John Cotton and Councillor Councillor Marge Bridle at Lee Forest School in Glebe Farm, where we launched an initiative to bring forward air quality monitoring to a school in every single ward in the city within the next 2 months, and a clear pledge from this Labour administration to have a clean air monitoring station in every single school in this city. I know colleagues across this chamber, particularly my cabinet colleague, Councillor Jane Francis, are absolutely fully supportive of this initiative. This will raise awareness about the important challenge we've got for moving forward, which is ensuring we've got safe levels of air quality in every single neighbourhood in the school. It'll educate the school community, and it'll ensure that we've got parents making those very small behavioural changes which will lead to their children and our children being safer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Donaldson. Okay, Councillor Cooner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question's for Councillor Sharon Thompson, Cabinet Member for Children's Services. As you're aware, during the recent Ofsted visit, there were 12 areas of improvement identified in our SEND services. Can you advise on progress being made in our SEND services for the children and young people of our city, in particular on how we are communicating and involving our parents, carers and elected members of these changes?
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooner, and also thank you to your committee for the support that they've been giving us on this SEND journey. So as everybody knows, we've been on a SEND journey for a while now, and we do have a commissioner that's been working alongside Birmingham on that journey. And I'm pleased to say that the officers have been working really hard with parents. There's been a lot of engagement taking place with the Parent Carer Forum, and we've been using that offer board a lot more, and there's a lot more people that are accessing that. There's been a lot of co-production taking place, not just with parents, but also with staff at Birmingham City Council as well as third sector. We've also made sure that young people's voices are also included in this, and that's why the RISE Forum, who are young people with SEND needs, have also been feeding into that narrative. But when we go into the specifics of where we have improved across the piece, I'm pleased to say that officers tell me that we've improved for our 20-week statutory compliance with the EHCN Educational Healthcare Needs Assessments. So we've made improvements in those areas. We've also made good progress on addressing the annual review backlog, and also the percentage of annual reviews actioned within 4 weeks has increased significantly. We can also say the biggest thing that we know when we're making improvements in any service is actually from the people that receive the service. That's the parents, the children and everybody else involved. And previously we was having quite a few complaints along the piece, but I can say that those have also dropped significantly over the last few months. So in total, we also think that we've had speech and language therapy. The average waiting time has almost reduced by half, which is good progress in that area. But we know that we still have a long way to go, and we are all committed to making sure that that improvement continues to take place. We will be on a journey. It will take us a while. We are making milestones on that along the way, but it's a journey that everybody has to share with us as we go through this.
Thank you. Do you want any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. That's really great to hear all the fantastic work that's been done to deal with some of the areas of concern. Can you please advise us on when the Commissioner will be reporting on his findings? Thank you.
So as you're all aware, the Commissioner's in the process of working with us in Birmingham and is completing his report. We anticipate that he should be submitting that to the DFE probably around about the spring, and that's something that we don't have control over. Obviously, that's in his gift, and when those findings are shared is going to be up to the DFE. But again, I'd like to thank everybody, including the staff, for all their hard work, commitment and honesty that's taken place alongside our parents in making sure that this has been a positive improvement journey to date. And like I said, long way to go, but we know that we're heading in the right direction.
Thank you. Councillor Diane Dunson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Shabrana Hussain, Cabinet Member for Homes and Neighbourhoods. With the cost of living and energy bills going up, can the Cabinet Member share how we are going to retrofit our homes and lower fuel bills?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. A significant amount of work has already been done across the city as part of the Council's ongoing HRA asset investment programme, which exceeds 70 million for 22-23. Examples would include replacing the roof, upgrading loft installations, or replacement windows which are manufactured locally by Shellforce, utilising the glazing technology to retain as much heat as possible in our homes. We've also undertaken external wall insulation schemes, insulating external walls to many of our properties across the city. All these improvements will help to reduce fuel bills and enhance living conditions while benefiting the environment too. We are currently exploring other options, including advanced technologies such as air source heat pumps, enhanced insulation technologies to treat difficult insulated properties, and energy heating controls and lighting. We are maximising the use of the grant funding to support the HRA investment programme to ensure we achieve the best outcomes for our residents. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. When will we start seeing the benefits?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Many of our residents are already seeing the benefits through reduced heating bills provided by improved roof and wall insulations, new boilers and heating systems are improved controls. All replacement boilers are highly efficient combination boilers, ensuring we only pay for what you use on your energy bills. We will also continue to embrace latest innovation technologies to continue towards the route to zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did have a question for the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, but I don't believe she's here. So I've got a question for the Cabinet Member for Homes and Neighbourhoods, Councillor Shabrana Hussain. As reported on local media, can you explain how a payment ordered by the court in July last year, promised on Christmas Eve, but still remains unpaid as at the end of January, can be put down to a systems error? And why, in circumstances where a vulnerable woman was left without heating and food, more wasn't done to address this before the Birmingham Mail got involved?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Yes, unfortunately, there was a bit of a technical error, which should have been rectified by now. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Unfortunately, I think we all would find out that this isn't an isolated case. I think you'll find that councillors' casework files across the chamber and local and national media are filled with stories of social housing tenants in Birmingham being let down by failed processes and poor management. The Cabinet Member will be aware of my desire to rid the city of rogue landlords, but it's apparent that the Council also needs to put its own house in order. Can you, as Cabinet Member, tell us what you're doing to fix the root causes of a system and the processes that consistently seem to end up with either a court order or penalties applied by the Ombudsman after residents have been failed?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wood. As you know, we have over 60,000 properties which we manage, and therefore we have some aging stock at the moment, so we are doing a review on all our housing stock, and hopefully we shouldn't have any more further issues, and we can identify which ones are causing a root issue and we can rectify them. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor John Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Inclusion, Community Safety and Equalities. Increasing in energy prices will surely hit the lowest income household in Birmingham hard, with many families finding it very difficult to meet the rising cost of heating their homes. I'm especially worried by the impact this will also have on children in our city. As Cabinet Member, can you advise the Council of what impact of these fuel prices increases is likely to be? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Islam, for that question. I think many people across our city are rightly worried about what's going to happen to their energy bills this year, just as they're worried about making their household budgets add up in the face of rocketing inflation and, of course, the cut to the universal credit uplift. We don't have a detailed breakdown of impacts as yet, but what we can say with some confidence is what's likely to happen if no action is taken to stop the lifting of the energy price cap in April. That will mean typical energy bills reaching £2,000 a year, and according to the Resolution Foundation, the poorest third of households spending 10% of their family budget just on energy bills alone. We also know, thanks to the End Fuel Poverty Coalition's English Fuel Poverty Index, that 21%, so over 1 in 5, households in Birmingham are considered to be in fuel poverty. And of course, many of these will be families with children and the very people who will be hit hardest by rocketing energy bills. So unless action is taken very quickly, they will literally be faced with that choice between eating or heating. This council will certainly do what we can to help, as we've always done in the past. But let me say quite clearly that the government needs to step up and act now to stop a fuel poverty and cost of living crisis hitting and hurting families right across Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Supplementary?
Yes, Lord Mayor. My supplementary, what step will the Council be taking to try and support people and families affected by increasing energy bills and rising living costs? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
In response to the heckles I'm receiving, I'm very glad you've asked that question, Councillor Islam. Councillor Hussain, of course, already referred to some of the work that we're doing to support our council tenants, but more widely, our Neighbourhood Advice and Information Service, together with our tremendous voluntary sector partners, are continuing to provide direct advice and help with accessing financial support, as indeed they have with great effect throughout the pandemic, and we are grateful to them for that. Our Financial Inclusion Partnership has been working to join up services, address gaps in support and ensure that residents are able to get timely information and help. And that includes access to a range of services, such as the Emergency Central Heating Offer, Connected for Warmth, and the support that's offered through the Energy Company obligation. And to be helpful, I will ensure that details of these are again circulated to members, because doubtless they'll be receiving inquiries from concerned constituents in the coming weeks. We're also going further. We're setting up a Fuel Poverty Alliance that brings together city housing, public health and partners from across the city to further strengthen this work and develop a longer-term fuel poverty strategy. And yes, we will also continue to lobby government to take proper action to end the fuel poverty crisis, as we set out in the resolution that we passed in this council, calling for action to suspend VAT on fuel bills and to restore the cut to universal credit. I'd also suggest that if they support the Labour Party's call for a windfall tax on the profits of gas and oil producers, that would also help to get extra support to keep those household bills down as well. As I said in my first answer, over 1 in 5 households in fuel poverty are in this city, and there are many hundreds more who are on the brink, and they need action, and they need it now. We're taking action to help, and we'll continue to do so. And I do think, though, it is shameful that the government seems at the moment more interested in protecting the shattered reputation of its rule-breaking Prime Minister instead of tackling a cost of living crisis that's affecting families right across this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Merrilock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for Cabinet Member for Education, Culture and Schools, Councillor Jane Francis. Could you please provide an update on the recent launch of the Youth Hub at the Library of Birmingham?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Locke, for your question. The Library of Birmingham Youth Hub is part of the government's youth offer and a demonstrator site, and was recently jointly opened by myself and the Regional Mayor, Andy Street. The initiative brings together strategic partners, West Midlands Combined Authority, Birmingham City Council, the Prince's Trust, DWP, Impetus and Resurgo, to deliver a range of employment support to young people. The Youth Hub will locate unemployed young people and then connect them with personalised opportunities to help them overcome barriers to enter employment or education. This is a really exciting opportunity for all partners to engage strategically and to secure better outcomes for our young people. We know that young people have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and the onus is on all of us to make sustainable improvements in this area. Now, given the post-pandemic context, we anticipate lots of young people in Birmingham will need this support, and the Library of Birmingham and its satellite hubs will ensure that personalised interventions are tailored to the individual needs of each young person. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. And have the young people themselves been involved in this initiative?
Thank you, Councillor Locke. They most certainly have, I'm pleased to inform Council. The co-creation process involved a series of workshops with strategic delivery partners and 2 workshops with young people themselves to ensure that their perspective was captured. Young people then went on to further develop the plan for design and delivery. This approach, what we refer to as co-creation, is an opportunity for government to join up services to support young people and to continually evaluate efforts to work alongside young people and ultimately reduce unemployment. And I will, of course, look forward to updating colleagues on progress made in this area in due course. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Locke, for your question.
Councillor Jeep.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I would like to wish you a happy Lunar Chinese New Year, and through you to colleagues and their families throughout Council, and a happy St Bridget's Day to our Deputy Leader as well. Lord Mayor, my question is to Councillor John O'Shea, the Cabinet Member for Street Scenes and Parks. In Council at last full Council, Councillor O'Shea repeated his assertion that we have a 99% collection rate using a nationally recognised metric, and that this was not an incorrect interpretation of statistics. However, Councillor O'Shea chooses to report to Council using an old metric taken from the old BVPI 88, and the guidance on this is clear, and indeed it was previously written into law that it should not only include just reported missed collections, but also collections known by the authority to have been missed, for example, where a waste wagon does not leave the depot for a particular round, or whether a whole street is missed but only one household reports it. If it is indeed a national comparison and transparency, rather than messaging PCC figures, that are the important thing, why do you not calculate missed collections according to this proper national standard?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. I wasn't present at the last full council meeting, so I wasn't the statement I made back then. I think I made it at the previous council meeting. It's a measure that we understand to be used by authorities across the country. As far as I'm aware, the old BVPI standard was removed when the audit schemes were withdrawn from councils some years ago. As far as I'm aware, we use a decent measure to give us a reasonable view of miscollections. I have never claimed it as a perfect model, but we spend a lot of time and effort and money on providing a more accurate number, but the number we use does show very clear trends. It trends along with what we believe we missed, and also trends along with my inbox and my colleagues. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just so Councillor O'Shea is aware, it was the answer to written questions that was answered in your name at last full council. But it's similar, and it's quite shocking, really, how he uses the word reasonable view. And it's similar to how council includes bottom ash to mask poor curbside recycling rates, and also abandoning the proactive reporting of LAMS data. Councillor Shea's performance management is not about transparency, nor about driving improvement, but it is about presenting the council in the best possible light, or as he says, a reasonable view. Does he still maintain this is not a false interpretation of the facts? And does he really think that Birmingham residents who have lived with council's failure on these issues for the past decade will be fooled by misleading metrics when the truth is literally outside their front door?
Thank you, Councillor Yip. Your follow-up question. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I'm happy with that metric. I would say it is not a perfect one, but it is sufficient for our purposes. I don't appreciate being accused of trying to mislead people or being less than transparent. I think we have been very transparent about the issues facing this service. I know we have a debate coming up on that this afternoon. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more from councillors across the chamber on that. But we are working to provide a better service. It has improved significantly in the past 3 years. I'm not claiming that as my sole achievement. It's the achievement of the council, of our union colleagues, and above all the workforce that provide a daily service to some 400,000 houses across this city and provide an excellent service, have done so throughout the pandemic. I think the evidence in my eyes, the evidence of most of my constituents, is that we are providing a decent service, and I'm happy with that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor John Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was my intention to ask a question of the Cabinet Member for Adult Health and Social Care, but she's not here already. With your indulgence, Lord Mayor, I'd like to ask a question to the Cabinet Member for Homes and Neighbourhoods. The Cabinet Member for Housing will be aware, I hope, a senior officer, another interim officer, reported to the City HLB of the outcome of the tendering of City's housing repair contract, although 2 years are remaining on that contract. When questioned by myself, no tenants were involved, no information was offered to the shadow cabinet members, no account of the customer's satisfaction considered, and they used EU regulations. He agreed with me to exchange of 3 contractors to 1 for the whole of the city, just like the DLO was. And he agreed that it would be a risk, and the increase of up to £11 million and years of disruption. Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. Years of disruption to 90% of our tenants. What are her views?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. I wasn't at the HLB meeting, so I can't comment what the Directorate had said. In regard to the contract, we do have a 2-year extension, and negotiations have been taking place. That's all I can say at the moment. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And from the response the Cabinet has given, she's also in the dark, just like the rest of us. Can I therefore assume she would be in agreement with my request to her, as the person responsible for housing for the whole of the city, for an immediate investigation into this sordid situation, investigation and procurement, rendering the contract worth millions of pounds?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Once we've discussed the contract and spoken to legals, you will be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of this section. Now we move on to the final section under oral question, is for questions from the councillors other than the cabinet members to the leaders or deputy leaders. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I have a question for the Leader of the Council. Birmingham's own Birchfield Harriers are the most successful athletics club in the UK, something we should all be proud of and wish to support. The Leader's administration told them they would play a key role in the Commonwealth Games legacy plans, and their members would be involved in the build-up and post-Games work. Yet the truth has sadly been far from that. The club have written to me to explain that instead they have been left disheartened and in a very poor financial position. They were promised use of the warm-up track as soon as it was finished, and yet months later they're still not allowed on it. After many broken promises, the club have now been offered just 5 weeks' use of the track just before the Games. This has directly cost them over £100,000 on top of the impact of COVID-19. They were asked to organise test events, and then after doing a lot of work on these, they were taken off them and given to an outside organisation with less experience. Their elite athletes, who should be looking forward to competing on their home track, have had the council put out every obstacle in their way to prevent them being ready for the Birmingham Games. Lord Mayor, what changes will the Leader bring into effect this week to ensure that Birchfield Harriers can get on the training track before the end of the month and that they are compensated for their loss of income?
Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Birchfield Harriers are indeed Birmingham's athletics club, or premier athletics club. They're also the most successful athletics club in the country. They have suffered some disruption, obviously, with the stadium being redeveloped for the Commonwealth Games this year. They will have access to the warm-up track, and indeed, I'm very much looking forward to athletes from Birchfield Harriers not only competing in the Commonwealth Games here in Birmingham, but going on to win medals in those games as well. And what we should not forget, with the £72 million of investment into Alexander Stadium, the real legacy for our Premier Athletics Club is that they will have the best athletics facility in the country available to any athletics club by some measure.
Thank you. Supplementary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do have a supplementary. The Leader's been at pains to stress he wants the Games to be more than just 11 days of sport. However, so far we have the Premier Athletics Club in the city confirming that their athletes aren't able to train on the track that should see them winning medals here. They're having to turn away members and youngsters due to having nowhere to host their development work, at the very time the council's meant to be encouraging people into exercise. The clubs say they're at serious financial risk. To quote their letter to me, they say, "We are working towards what should be the most exciting summer in our history, and yet we have no access, no facility, no club room, fewer members, and no clear route to addressing any of these issues with less than 200 days to go. By the time they'll be allowed back onto the ground, it will be October 2022, and all momentum from the Games lost. The criticism of this administration only paying lip service to others rings only too true to many in this city, Lord Mayor. What is the Leader personally going to do to save the legacy of the Games and prevent Birchfield Harriers from being so damaged by the hosting of the Games in Birmingham that should have been such an opportunity for them?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We are obviously and have been continually in dialogue with Birchfield Harriers throughout the period of the redevelopment of Alexander Stadium. It is not true that they have not had access to alternative training facilities. I have received exactly the same letter that Councillor Alden has obviously received a copy of. I will be replying to that letter in due course. But I come back to the fact that we have currently the Premier Athletics Club in the country, here in Birmingham, in Birchfield Harriers. Post-Games, they will have a facility that no other athletics club in this country will have access to. They will have facilities that a few years ago, athletes competing in Birmingham could only have dreamt about. We will have the best athletics stadium in the entire country right here in Birmingham as a result of our bold bid to host the Commonwealth Games. Birchfield Harriers will continue to be partners with the City Council in that stadium and will have access to that facility. Thank you.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. I think it's good news to hear that some money is being allocated to tackling fly tipping on back alleys, which was an issue I raised at Cabinet in June last year and at Council in July last year. My question to the Leader is, having heard the Cabinet member speak on this again, and he always seems a little bit confused, so the Leader can possibly put it right if he was wrong. If the Cabinet member is correct that there is to be no change of policy in dealing with this issue of fly tipping on back alleys and shared land which isn't owned by the Council, why wasn't it being done before?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Let me be absolutely clear. First of all, it is only through the financial stewardship of the Council's resources by the Labour administration that we are in a position to invest money in clearing up fly tipping from alleyways around this city in the first place. What this additional resource gives us, of course, is flexibility to deal with these alleyways where the ownership is either shared or disputed. That is what we are talking about. It's flexibility. We will go out with this resource across the city and clear up these alleyways where we can. However, the situation remains that for those criminals who are fly tipping across this city, if we get the evidence, if we can put you in front of a court, we will do precisely that, and we'll see you either fined or imprisoned for this illegal activity.
Yes, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I completely support you going after the criminals. It does sound to me like a change of policy, however. But let me just pick up on this word you used about stewardship. Because quoted in the Mail today, the Leader says, the Council's books are in the healthiest position they've been in for 30 years. And because we've managed public money sensibly, we're in a position to announce these initiatives. I'm glad the initiatives are being announced, even if it's for next year, election and Commonwealth Games and so forth. But my reading of the budget is that £144 million in the coming year is coming out of reserves to balance it, and in subsequent years there's still a gap of £30 million a year. Is the reference to it being the healthiest position in 30 years a quote out of the Trump-Johnson school of rhetoric?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I shall leave debating next year's budget until the meeting at the end of this month, when the Council will look to set its budget for next year and give an indication of the medium-term position for the following 3 years. What I will say about how I've been quoted in the Birmingham Mail, I think the Birmingham Mail have been very accurate. We do have the healthiest financial position for the last 30 years at the moment, and that includes, of course, the period of 8 years when this council was run by a Conservative Lib Dem coalition.
Thank you. Councillor Ahmed. Ahmed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Youth violence has terrible consequences. Lives are cut short, families and communities are left grieving, and the cycle of violence continues. Here in the West Midlands, our youth services funding has fallen by 82% since 2010. This has meant that young people at risk of falling into violence have not had the support services around them to keep them out of trouble and encourage them into education and work. I would like to ask the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to update us on what the Council is doing to tackle youth violence and knife crime. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like you, I'm deeply concerned by the levels of youth violence in our city. Young lives are cut short, life chances are ruined, families are left behind, and communities are fractured. That is why, working with the Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, Birmingham City Council is investing £1 million into tackling youth violence in this city. For the first time in a decade, this council is going to be employing new youth workers who will be out and about in our communities supporting our young people. The council's books are in the healthiest position they've been in for 30 years. And because we have managed public money sensibly, we're in a position to announce this initiative, which will lead to a safer Birmingham for everyone, and especially for young people.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ward, for that update. It is fantastic to hear that Birmingham City Council is working with the Police and Crime Commissioner to make this investment in our city, which will support young people and help to reduce youth violence. It is crucial to get youth workers out onto our streets to form bonds with young people who are at risk of falling victim to youth violence and encourage them onto a better path. Does the leader agree that the earlier the intervention comes in young people's lives, the better? And if so, what is being done in our schools to put an end to knife crime? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I absolutely agree. I think most of us would, that early intervention is important, and that is why part of this £1 million investment will be used to fund youth workers, amongst which will be a specific school youth worker who will deliver a programme to young people beginning at the age of 10, which will help those children showing early signs of difficulties. Birmingham is a young city and a city of opportunity, but it's absolutely essential that all young people growing up in every neighbourhood can reach their full potential. As we see in towns and cities across the country, not just here in Birmingham, knife crime and other youth violence robs young people of a future and robs families of sons and daughters. I'm determined that we'll work with partners and with communities to tackle this scourge, because our children and young people deserve a safer and better future. I look forward to further updating the Council on this work in the coming months.
Thank you. Councillor Mosquito.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, allow me to join Councillor Yip in saying Happy Chinese New Year. I do have many constituents in the Chinese Quarter. And Lord Mayor, I put this question to the leader of the City Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Since the Council invested a record £7.2 million into cleaning up the streets of Birmingham as a result of the great financial stewardship of the Council leadership, we have seen some great improvements across the city. Residents in my ward have told me that the investment is making a good difference already, which is very welcome. However, there remain some issues to be tackled. Would the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, please explain to the Council what more is being done to clean up our streets?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to hear that Councillor Mosquito's residents are reporting an improvement in the state of the streets since the investment from Birmingham City Council. But like you, Councillor Mosquito, I'm aware that we have more work to do in this area. Therefore, earlier this week, I was pleased to announce that an extra £1.4 million will be invested in clearing the city's streets, with more money being invested in fly tipping response crews and 10 new wardens who will work in the wards that experience the worst levels of fly tipping and rubbish. This new investment will build on the work that we've done already and help build a cleaner Birmingham for all of our citizens.
Supplementary.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Leader. I welcome this announcement and look forward to seeing the impact that this has on our streets. One area which we've seen persistent rubbish is in the alleyways of our city. Can the Leader provide an update on what is being done to keep our alleyways clear?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Perhaps I could pick up a question that was asked by Councillor Pritchard a little earlier. I'm pleased to announce that £800,000 of new funding will be spent on cleaning up our city's alleyways and areas where the ownership of land is either shared or disputed. We'll take a tougher line on cleaning up these areas, which are often left in a mess as a result of rogue landlords. What we're doing, Lord Mayor, is sending a message to law-abiding Birmingham citizens with this funding that we are on your side and we're working to clean up our city and crack down on the criminals who dump rubbish.
Councillor Suleiman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This summer sees a celebration of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee. As the country gives thanks for her remarkable 70 years of service, can the leader tell me how the Jubilee will be celebrated here in Birmingham?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to have an opportunity to address this particular issue. For most of us in this meeting, Her Majesty has been a constant throughout our lives, and to have served for 70 years on the throne is a remarkable achievement. So I'm keen for the Council to play its part in the celebrations this summer. As you would expect, the Council is supporting the Platinum Jubilee celebrations for Her Majesty in a variety of ways, including organised events and the implementation of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee walkway across the city. The city will take part in the National Beacon lighting on Thursday the 2nd of June, whilst planning is also underway for a major celebratory event over a number of days this summer, and will make a formal announcement with partners in due course. Discussions are also underway with faith groups about a service of thanksgiving. Grants are available for community and voluntary organisations to celebrate the Jubilee through creative and cultural activities, with the Heart of England Community Foundation leading on a £5 million grant programme within the West Midlands and Warwickshire. I've shared application details with members today, and I would urge you all to forward this information to groups in your wards before the deadline at the end of this month. I know, Lord Mayor, that people right across Birmingham have a great deal of respect and admiration for Her Majesty, and that our communities will want to celebrate the Jubilee in style. So I look forward to those celebrations here in the city of Birmingham.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hall Green United Church in my ward of Hall Green North have expressed an interest in holding a street party to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. If our communities wish to celebrate the Jubilee with street parties, will they be given help with street closures?
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. As with other national celebrations in recent years, we will, of course, support street parties for this historic occasion. The Council has an established procedure in place for street party requests, and officers are committed to working with local residents in order to help accommodate those requests in suitable locations. Further information can be found on the City Council's website, and residents can submit an initial application through that website. Our local engineers will initially assess the location to ensure that it is suitable for an event and will suggest alternatives if it is necessary. They will then guide applicants through the process with signposting to the Active Streets Service, who may also be able to offer help and resources. There are currently no fees charged for this guidance or the production of the road closure notice. For Her Majesty to have served her country so steadfastly for 70 years is a remarkable achievement, and I have no doubt that the people and communities right across Birmingham will show their affection with a number of street parties this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackey.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor, my question is to Bridget Jones, Deputy Leader of the Council. In light of the New York Times podcast, The Trojan Affair, which repeats the allegation that the letter was a hoax, does it remain yours and the Council's position that the Trojan Horse Affair was not a hoax?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Mackie for the question. The Trojan Horse Affair was one that rocked our city back in 2014, and these are matters that have been long since dealt with. There were 2 independent inquiries into what happened, and they both came to the same conclusion, that whilst the letter was likely a forgery, it did not necessarily mean that all of the contents was not correct. They found no evidence of extremism in classrooms, they found no evidence of a plot, but we know for certain they found evidence of a small number of people doing a small number of things they should not have been doing in a small number of schools, and these were dealt with a very long time ago. I think the matter has been extensively covered by the press and by those investigations. What we need to be proud of now, all these years, 8 years later, is that we are a city that is strong in its diversity, a city that is proud of who it is, and a city that has long since moved on from the events of that year. And that is a city that I'm proud to be the Deputy Leader of. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. As you refer to, the affair was deeply damaging for Birmingham and its community relations. What message do you have for these podcasters and anyone else who propagate that this was a hoax?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have not listened to the podcast. I will see if I've got time to at the weekend. But what I would say to anybody who is interested in the affair is this happened 8 years ago. It was extensively investigated by highly qualified investigators. The results have been public for a very long time, and as far as I'm concerned, that is in the past of our city. A huge number of people, but a huge amount of effort into moving our city forward. We are a great city with a great year ahead of us, with the Commonwealth Games landing in July, with the Unboxed Festival kicking off in Birmingham and then going nationwide, and as we've just heard, with our Queen's Platinum Jubilee as well. Birmingham is about to take its place on the world stage. See our city for what it really is. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Yanward. Many residents of Birmingham have expressed their interest in witnessing the changes and progress in advance of the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Despite the disruption caused by the roadworks, the overall attitude towards the changes is positive. As many eagerly anticipate the conclusion to the works, can the Leader of this Council reaffirm his views on the changes and progress to the residents of Birmingham?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I have said many times before, this summer's Commonwealth Games represent a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the City of Birmingham, and we are determined that we will make the most of that opportunity. If you just look at the benefits we have already seen, an almost complete Alexander Stadium set to become a community hub post-Games as part of the regeneration of Perry Bar. Improved public transport with new Sprint rapid bus transit routes and upgraded rail stations. A new aquatic centre that will be the best in the region and one of the best nationally. And the Games are a catalyst, of course, for 1,000 new homes at the Perry Bar residential scheme still being delivered despite the change of plan for the Games Village. We also plan to deliver an ongoing schools learning programme post-Games about the Commonwealth. We'll launch a new sports strategy to make the most of our assets so that people can lead healthier lives. And we'll push through the delivery of the Perry Bar 2040 master plan, using the existing regeneration in the area as a launch pad for further investment in the coming years, levering over £700 million of investment into the Perry Bar part of Birmingham. As I've said before, doing far more for Councillor Hunt's residents than he has done over a number of years.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Supplementary.
Personal information, Lord Mayor, if I may, because I was referred to personally there, gratuitously. This project is doing a lot for the people who will occupy the new housing, which is terrific. It doesn't mean it's doing a lot for the people who already live in the community.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The leader already answered some of the questions. As Perry Bar will be the most affected by the changes in advance of the Commonwealth Games, can the leader highlight the lasting benefits to the residents of Perry Bar as a result of the changes? Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I would take issue with Councillor Hunt, because last week I was out in Perry Bar and I saw for myself how the remarkable transformation of that part of Birmingham is progressing. And let me tell you, it's clear that becoming the proud host city has unlocked a once-in-a-lifetime transformation of Perry Bar and the surrounding areas. Thanks to the Games, we've already invested almost £750 million in the Perry Bar area, delivering improved public transport, the redeveloped Alexander Stadium, and nearly 1,000 new homes, demonstrating the scale of our commitment to the success of the Perry Bar area. And community groups and facilities like Holford Drive Community Sports Hub, which will undergo a £500,000 upgrade, are also reaping the rewards of the Games. As I said in answer to the first question, our Perry Bar 2040 master plan will build on the Games as we deliver new housing, better transport links, improved open spaces, new leisure facilities and upgraded infrastructure that will have the maximum benefits for those already living in the Perry Bar area. It's my contention, Lord Mayor, that 2022 is an exciting year for Perry Bar, and we are determined to work with residents, businesses and other partners in Perry Bar to make sure that that is just the start of a transformation for those residents and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moral.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the leader of Birmingham City Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Last month, the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, was in Birmingham, where he attempted to pitch to working-class voters like myself. You may have noticed his backdrop. Were you paying attention? Did you see it?
Please ask the question.
Ask the question. Now, I brought this for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee. I've got 1 minute, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Labour Party have talked down this country. Their members have slandered working-class people as gammon, flag shaggers, racist and xenophobic. And 2 years ago, this Labour Council refused to fly this flag above the council. So the question to the leader is very simple. What on earth makes you think that we will believe that the Labour Party is a patriotic force?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Could I actually begin by complimenting Councillor Morrell on his fashion sense? His question is somewhat ridiculous in my view, because obviously any national political party in the United Kingdom will be a patriotic political party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, for decades, the Labour Party have slandered anybody who dares celebrate this flag. A flag that represents the scientific miracle of the Age of Enlightenment. A flag that brave men and women have laid down their lives. Lord Mayor, I've got a minute to ask my question. A flag of Nelson, Wellington and Churchill defending the values of liberty, democracy and the rule of law. A flag that didn't just defeat fascism, but is cherished around the world by people who flocked to its sanctuary. So, Lord Mayor, given what you've just said, Leader, won't you agree that anyone or any party with a history of running down our nation's flag should have no business whatsoever in the running of that nation's institutions? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I do think Councillor Morale should be very careful about getting too excited and too carried away. First of all, could I point out to him, the flag he is referring to is the Union flag. The Labour Party in this country supports the ongoing union of the United Kingdom. Given the actions of Boris Johnson over the last 12 months or so, I am not convinced that the Conservative Party supports the union.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to wish the Queen a very happy Platinum Jubilee.
Should I ask one more question?
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the next item. Are there any nominations? Yeah. Model Secretary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the following changes to City Council appointments on behalf of the Labour Group. Councillor Kate Booth to be Chair of the Neighbourhoods Directorate Consultative Committee. Councillor Mariam Khan to be Substitute on the West Midlands Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Mary Locke to be Representative on the City Housing Liaison Board. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Any other nominations by other groups? No? Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. Now receive a report of the lead member of the West Midlands Fire and Rescue Authority providing an update on the work of the authority. The time for this item is 20 minutes. I have a list of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In making this report, I would like to register my thanks to my City Council colleagues, Councillor David Berry, Mary Locke and Sybil Spence for their commitment to working together to advance the organisation that is responsible for nearly keeping 3 million residents across the whole of the West Midlands safe. I will take the written report circulated to all members on CMS as read. I will, as usual, keep my comments short, but I would like to commend the service for its resolute commitment to the communities of the West Midlands during a COVID pandemic that has bleated the lives of so many people for much of the last 2 years. Like any challenges the service faces, it has stepped up to help meet the needs of the communities it serves. I have spoken in previous reports about the service must always evolve to meet the demands placed upon it. Changing working patterns, demographics and new technologies all impact on how the service is delivered. That is why I am pleased to report that in particular the addition of a new technical unit based in Sutton Coldfield. There are already 2 such units at Bainsbury and Beacon Hill. The addition of another unit in Sutton Coldfield will greatly increase the ability to deliver a service in situations outside of the normal areas of operation. Improved search and rescue skills and a wider range of technical skills means the West Midlands Fire Service will have an expertise that can more readily be deployed nationally and, if required, internationally as well. Advances like this in the ability of the service to meet all of the demands placed upon it do not affect the delivery of its core service. All of this work has continued while maintaining the national target of 5 minutes response to emergencies. In fact, during 2020-2021, our fire control handled over 45,000 calls in an average of 76 seconds per call. Our firefighters attended over 25,000 instances they arrived at the most serious in an average of just 4 minutes and 32 seconds. A major part of the service's responsibility is reducing the incidence of fire in the first place. The incredible successful proactive approach the service takes to fire safety means that they are always working hard to reduce the chances of fires occurring in the first place. The Safe and Well checks that the service does help to reduce the number of fires, but they are about much more than fitting fire alarms in people's homes. The contact the service has with members of the public means that they are well placed to deliver the basic health message and keep an eye on for the other issues such as mental health, concerns or worries about isolation. In 2020-21, the service carried out 18,422 safe and well visits. In that period, they have handed out 14,672 pieces of equipment, such as smoke alarms, hearing impaired alarms, mailbox protectors, and fire retardant fittings. The role of the service in the community means that fire service personnel also come in contact with poor people in poor communities who are more disadvantaged than others. Homeless people and the long-term unemployed can be more vulnerable to the risk of fire, so the work the service does in these areas really is an investment in the future safety of the communities. I am pleased to report that the Fire Authority meetings are taking place physically again, though until now capacity has been limited by the need to maintain social distancing. Meetings are taking place using Teams as well as in order to maintain maximum engagement and transparency. As the lead member of the Fire and Rescue Authority, I have kept the members updated with the work of the Authority. I will continue to do so and keep all councillors up to date with any developments that arise during the year. My colleagues and I will remain alert to the challenging landscape that faces. We will continue to engage with the Authority, the Chair and the Chief Fire Officer in an impartial and productive manner. Lord Mayor, in closing, I would like once again to thank my colleagues on the Authority, and I would also like to thank all the staff in the West Midlands Fire Service for the contribution they make to the safety and well-being of the people of the West Midlands. I would like to commend their resilience and determination to keep the people of the West Midlands safe, whatever the challenges are they have to cope with. Lord Mayor, I move this report for noting. Thank you.
Barry? Report. Is that seconded?
Well,
Yes.
I was going to second.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Barry.
Yep. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for giving me the opportunity of seconding this report. It's detailed, it's comprehensive, but there's a few things I'd just like to pick out. As I work as a fire and accidents insurance surveyor across the UK, I'm very well aware that not all fire brigades are equal. And the West Midlands service is outstanding. There is no question about it. Elsewhere in the country, the fire service can be reactive. In the West Midlands, it is assertive. That means that it will go into buildings to fight fire. In other parts of the country, they may well not do that. They will use aerial appliances to pour water inside, and that increases property losses. We are lucky to have a whole-time brigade, when others, of course, have those that are retain manned. As such, we have a very high level of training, and as you've seen, we've been able to support other brigades in this country and abroad. One of the main things about our fire service has been that it has this willingness to innovate and adapt its services to make the best possible use of resources. So you will have seen the smaller vehicles the fire brigade now use. They're also looking at risk-based crewing. Do we need to send 5 crew to what's effectively a service call? It's reviewing its approach to automatic fire alarms. And, of course, I have to mention, of course, the Technical Rescue Service station in Sutton Coldfield. I mean, sadly, the world we're living in, there has to be an enhanced response to terrorist attacks, and this will give a very valuable addition to urban search and rescue, confined space recovery, as well as water and road rescue. So thank you. I now commend the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marylock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too support the report into the West Midlands Fire and Rescue Service by the lead member. As a new member of the committee, there has been much to learn, and it has been interesting. Although with the pandemic, I have yet to meet some of the committee members. As the lead member said, some of the meetings are still taking place on Teams, and those in person are sometimes restricted in numbers because it is safer. The service has provided much needed support during the pandemic in the West Midlands, as well as helping put fires out in Greece last year. I found the visit to the fire stations and meeting crews interesting, seeing the demonstration of cutting someone from a vehicle after a road traffic accident. There is also a retention policy of retired employees, which will provide additional workforce planning. It will help retain important knowledge and skills and experience. Finally, I must say, despite the decade plus of financial cuts, that the Fire and Rescue Service in the West Midlands is the only one rated as outstanding. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Any other speaker? No? Okay, I call upon Councillor Zafar Iqbal to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Barry for his support and his continued commitment to the work of the Fire Authority and for seconding this report. Councillor Barry notes that our service continues to be rated as outstanding. He goes on to note that this is not the case with other brigades across the country. I think it's worth noting that there are economic benefits to the West Midlands in having a service that does its job so well. Councillor Barry also recognises that the service continues to work to look for new ways of delivery to service to the people of the West Midlands. Thank you to Councillor Locke for your contribution to the work of the authority. You rightly point out our service has been recognised its contribution in tackling international disasters and maintaining outstanding status here and abroad. Councillor Locke also refers to the issues of the challenging financial climate in the coming years. Between us all, we will fight to keep our fire authority in a position to continue keeping the residents of the West Midlands safe. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So, are those in favour of noting this report? Agreed? Thank you. On to the next report. We receive a report of the Chair of the Audit Committee providing a summary of the work of the Audit Committee over a 12-month cycle. The time for this item is 35 minutes. So I call upon Councillor Fred Grindard to move the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I rise to move this report as Chair of the Audit Committee. The first point I'd like to make, Lord Mayor, is I will reserve my comments on the Conservative amendment and allow the Leader of the Council and Leader of my group, Councillor Ian Ward, to set out the Labour Group's response on that issue. Colleagues, it has been a privilege to chair the Birmingham City Council Audit Committee over the last 12 months. I'm coming up to 3 years in the role and have sought to ensure that the committee is a vital resource to you as members in providing challenge to the Council in terms of gaining assurance and promoting risk management, as well as tracking the work of the external auditor. This report summarises the work of the Audit Committee and the independent assurance activities that have been undertaken. Some points I would like to make to this Council aware of, Lord Mayor, with regard to our activity over the last 12 months. In order to support the ongoing effectiveness of the committee, this Council needs to know that we have appointed an external independent advisor to the committee to assist members and enable members to draw on additional knowledge and expertise in fulfilling their roles as members of the committee. This was as a result of the change to the Council Constitution and is seen as best practice in terms of how audit committees function in local government. Our assurance activities over the past 12 months can be broken down into 5 broad areas. Firstly, assurance statements and governance. We approve and monitor the annual governance statement. We receive assurance updates from Cabinet members, a format that we've introduced over the past 2 years, which allows members of the committee to truly challenge portfolio holders and their respective heads of service on a rotating basis. This has provided for excellent opportunities for members of the committee to really challenge and ensure that our Cabinet members and our heads of service are seeking to fulfil their responsibilities in terms of risk management and assurance. There's the wider piece of risk management, reviewing the mechanisms for the assessment and management of risk that the Council takes, thereby developing the Council's ability to respond to known and emerging risks. The committee is very strong at challenging and making sure that we get good answers and consideration is given as to how these risks stand. We oversee the Council's treasury management arrangements, and we also make sure that we as a committee have taken on briefings to ensure we understand the complexities of such work. We look at performance management, quality management and value for money. We monitor and contribute to the development of the Council's statement of accounts. We review the value for money concerns, particularly raised by the external auditor, as a key part of our work. And we also review Ombudsman reports, seeking assurance that lessons learnt are acted upon. This has become an important part of our work as we pressure the Council to ensure that we are learning key lessons from where we have been challenged by other bodies. We do work on financial reporting, external audit, inspection and assurance. Our committee works to ensure that the Council maintains a good working relationship, which is nevertheless challenging, with the external auditor. And we work to approve the response to recommendations that are made and seek to monitor the actions taken by the Council in response. We do work on internal audit and counter fraud, approving arrangements and monitoring performance of the internal audit and counter fraud functions. And we ensure internal audit has independence and that the findings are actioned by managers and consequently help to improve the Council's effectiveness and governance arrangements. I must update Council, however, Lord Mayor, that whilst the external auditors have substantially completed their work on the 2020 to 21 financial accounts and value for money arrangements, they are still working through their final queries and will hopefully be in a position to finalise their work imminently. I raise that just in case there are any points raised by other members. Lord Mayor, I believe the Audit Committee is central to the provision of effective corporate governance and provides independent assurance about the mechanisms underpinning their governance arrangements. It is recognised, Lord Mayor, that high-performing councils develop effective financial and non-financial control mechanisms through the ongoing liaison and development of expertise made available by the establishment of an audit committee, which meets on a regular cycle, with terms of reference focused on the key audit, control and risk management areas critical to the council's performance. I believe we are striving to achieve that in Birmingham. Having considered the available guidance, the terms of reference and duties of the Audit Committee, the work undertaken and assurances sought, it is my assessment that the Committee has carried out its roles effectively and provided effective challenge across a range of governance-related issues. Lord Mayor, I would like to thank the Committee Secretariat for the tireless dedication and support that they have given to members of the Committee and to myself as Chair, all the Council officers who have contributed to the hard work and effort that goes on to ensure items are brought to the Committee in a timely and effective manner, and the external auditor team for their constructive engagement, contributions and responses, and often patience with us as committee members. Finally, I offer my thanks and appreciation to all members of the committee for their proactive contributions, which have continued to facilitate constructive challenge. I am particularly proud that whilst our discussions are often robust and offer significant challenge, we do work to ensure that we are as apolitical as a committee of councillors can be, and I am grateful to all members of the committee for the contributions they make. I move the motion as set out in the agenda and therefore recommend this report. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Second. I have one amendment which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Marion Jenkins to move the first amendment.
Sometimes, Lord Mayor, an assertion may seem so blindingly obvious that you feel you wouldn't need to debate it and nobody would disagree. And I think this is just such an assertion that we're proposing this afternoon. Unfortunately, the Labour group don't agree. SIPFA, the body of public accountants, make this statement. In establishing their audit committees Authorities should recognise the need to demonstrate good governance principles and independence from the executive and other political allegiances. The chair in particular should be a strong, and note this word, independently minded person and be able to promote apolitical open discussion. Doesn't seem terribly controversial. The role of the Chief Whip, Lord Mayor, is clearly incompatible with this requirement. It's not just a question of whether Councillor Grindrod himself is able to wear these two hats effectively and separate out his role as an enforcer of the executive mandate and still be an independent overseer of effective governance, although this does seem questionable. We also need to consider the chilling effect that his presence will have on other Labour members who sit on the committee. We see this afternoon that it is the leader of the Labour group that is having to come back and challenge the motion that we're put in, because the Labour Chief Whip and Chair of Audit would not be allowed to do that because of a conflict of interest, and that just in itself rather makes the point that we're trying to establish. For too long, the Labour group have treated the role of Audit Chair as a stepping stone to Cabinet. Two current Cabinet members are ex-chairs of Audit, and the message is clear: behave, don't rock the boat, and a promotion may be coming your way. It's not surprising, therefore, that the current Cabinet Member for Finance, when Audit Chair, did very little to challenge the woeful response from the Executive to the Section 24 statutory recommendation. And the same has been the case, I'm afraid, with the follow-in to Section 24 notices that we've received from the Auditor. Lord Mayor, if the Audit Committee believes it needs to see information to inform its work, then it should be for the Audit Committee to decide that, not the officers or the Executive. Yet whenever this has been tested, the committee are routinely told that they do not need to know, or that sharing the information would breach GDPR, even if it was shared in a private session. Or there's some other spurious legal reason given why the Audit Committee shouldn't be given that access to that information. In respect of this, I'm afraid, we hit a new low, even for the Audit Committee, when we were denied access to the Waitman report. May I remind the Chamber that on the 10th of September 2019, full Council voted to give effect to the following motion: that approval be given to the revised City Council Constitution as attached, and that the City Solicitor be authorised to implement the changes with effect from the 11th of September. And it was to set out a clear right for members of the Audit Committee to have access to any information that is relevant to their role. This has never been put into effect. What, colleagues, is the point in us sitting here, passing motions, making decisions, if the officers are then free to simply ignore those decisions and not put them into effect? Because I'm afraid that's what's happened as far as that motion was concerned. Unfortunately, the Chair invariably takes the side of officers, and in fact, in some ways becomes an instrument of the officers, showing, I'm afraid, a lack of independence. The most obvious example of this is where the committee asks for details of officer payoffs. This, we are told, is private personal information, and the Audit Committee has no business knowing the details of six-figure payoffs and compromise agreements that are going out through the door of this Council. Government guidance is clear that any officer payoff over £100,000 should be subject to a vote of the full Council, although Birmingham refuses to do this. But the fact that national policy says that we should have a full vote suggests that we should have full information in order to allow us to be able to vote. So there is no excuse. So given that the government is saying we should have access as a full council, there is no excuse for this information not being shared with Audit Committee members, albeit that some of it may have to be in private session. And I cite, for example, if officers were leaving with a gagging clause, there could be any number of factors present. They may be aware of ultra-vires activity, for example. They may be aware of matters that affect perhaps the equal pay dispute. Who knows? But that information clearly might have an impact on the risks to which the Council is exposed. And if it's a risk to which the council is exposed, then it's the audit committee's business to know about it and probe into it. And it is certainly not, I'm afraid, for the Labour Chief Whip or the officers to overrule that. You know, I really do question on times our presence on the audit committee. The audit committee here in Birmingham, I'm afraid, is a facile. It's hard to know the word, but it's certainly not a properly functioning audit committee. And I do really wonder whether the presence of myself and my colleague Councillor Morale just simply lends credibility to the committee, and I wonder whether we should be there at all. I mean, in the end, I do attend because I think the little that we are able to achieve is of help to residents. We're there to protect council taxpayers' money, and anything that we can do, any light that we can shine on that, any obstacle we can put in the way of the lack of transparency that we see from this administration adds value, and that's why I do it. So I come back to my opening point, colleagues. Thank you. Okay, I come back to my opening point. Surely, just take a step back and think, can the Labour Chief Whip be chair of the Audit Committee? To me, the answer to that statement is blindingly obvious. Thank you.
Councillor Simon Morale to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Simon Morale for Frankly Great Park Ward in South Birmingham. As a member of Audit Committee, today's the 1st of February, and I'm celebrating today. I've just completed my dry January, and it's quite ironic that all through January, all we've heard about is drinking habits, and they've been framed around the Nolan principles of integrity, accountability, and honesty. Just so happens that happens to be the role of Audit Committee. Should we go through those principles? Integrity. This Labour-run council has had 3 Section 24 notices for chronic financial mismanagement, the only council to have more than 2. Objectivity. The Hollymore scandal in my ward, £450,000 to repair a boiler, which could have been done for £60,000. We did an inquiry on the Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee into the property portfolio, found out that wasn't an isolated incident. We're still waiting for that report to come to this council. Openness. A senior officer of this council who oversaw both the bin strikes and cost the taxpayer millions left this council and was paid off £450,000. We raised this on Audit Committee. They didn't want to talk about it, and they used GDPR to cover it up. Leadership. This council has had 9 chief executives in 9 years, with the previous one not just leaving, but jumping on a one-way flight to the other side of the council. And transparency. This council continues to withhold documents from the Audit Committee. In fact, at the last Audit Committee, we only got sight of a 50-page document 4 hours before the meeting. Lord Mayor, there is so much lack of transparency on the Audit Committee at this council. I'm actually tempted to send an email to Sue Gray myself to get her up here and put yourself under investigation. But the biggest scandal of all is the risk management. I'm going to hold this up to the cameras. This is a heat map of the biggest risks facing this city. Now, climate change is here. That's why you're paying your clean air zone and the anti-car agenda. This is what should keep you up at night. This one in the red is the safeguarding of children. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, because integrity is important. I am really angry about what's happened in number 10. But I'm going to say this to my fellow Brummies. If, like me, you are angry about what's happened at number 10, you should be absolutely furious that that is in the red at this Labour council. The fact that the SEND service had to be taken over by the government. The fact that vulnerable children were left at the wrong schools. And let's not forget that the children's service had to go into special measures. What about the integrity? What about the openness? What about the transparency of that? It's right what they say. Those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And frankly, my own opinion is, if it is found that the Prime Minister broke the law, I actually think that everybody in number 10 who is privy to that should frankly lose their jobs. And I will say to my Brummies, you also have the power to sack all of these people on the 5th of May this year, because, as I say, if you are angry about cheese and wine, you should be utterly furious in the way the Labour Party have run this city into the ground for the last 10 years. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now, I call upon Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by welcoming this report and thanking the Audit Committee for their unstinting efforts over the last year. Local government finance might not be the most glamorous of subjects, but every member in this meeting knows that the Audit Committee plays an essential role on behalf of the people of Birmingham. The people of this city have a right to know that their money is spent wisely and that the Council is well prepared and able to respond to known and emerging risks. And the Audit Committee plays a vital role in our overall governance framework. Over the last year, the committee has covered a wide range of areas, including performance management, quality management and value for money, risk management, and the monitoring of both internal and external audit. Assurance, developing and maintaining a good working relationship with the external auditor is also a key role of this committee. As today's report states, an effective audit committee is a vital cog in any successful council, helping to increase stakeholder confidence, promote transparency and counter the risks of fraud and corruption. I myself have appeared before the committee on several occasions and I welcome the rigour, the challenge and the support that has been offered. Committee members bring a broad range of expertise to the role and I continue to welcome their diligent contributions. Lord Mayor, this continues to be a challenging time for local government finances and the committee plays a vital role in ensuring that Birmingham City Council is well placed to deal with the challenges and the opportunities ahead. Having said all of that, Lord Mayor, I'd now like to say a few words about the amendment. First of all, I think it was a relief to myself and no doubt others that in seconding the amendment, Councillor Morrell did not remove any further items of clothing. But Lord Mayor, moving an amendment to a motion that reads that the report be noted is not a way to begin a serious conversation about amending the Council's constitution. This is not a serious approach if Councillor Jenkins is indeed serious about the need to make the change that he has argued for. If we are to amend the Council's constitution, then we need to have discussions outside of this meeting, and I'm sure that myself and the other two group leaders will be willing to have those discussions. As for my own position, I am not yet convinced that the role of Chief Whip is incompatible with chairing the Audit Committee, nor do I recognise Councillor Jenkins' phrase that Councillor Grindrod has a chilling effect on his fellow Labour councillors. That is not anything I recognise at all. I think a little bit like Councillor Morrell, Councillor Jenkins got a little bit too excited in putting forward his arguments this afternoon. I have an open mind to this issue, but currently I'm not persuaded, as I've said, by the arguments that have been put forward. Particularly, Councillor Jenkins, at the end of his contribution, seemed to divert himself off into more of an attack on officers who, of course, do not have an opportunity to defend themselves in this forum, but nonetheless, he launched an attack on City Council officers rather than advancing a reasonable argument that we might have some further discussions about. So the Labour Group will oppose the amendment that has been moved by Councillor Jenkins this afternoon, but as I've said, I am open to some further discussions on this matter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tisdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to support the report of the Audit Committee. As Councillor Greenrod said, he has been chair for the last 3 years. One of the problems that we have had with the Audit Committee is the lack of stability. And the fact that we have now had a stable Audit Committee, I think, has brought a great deal of reassurance to the City Council. The Chair made reference to the appointments of the independent advisor, and that is to be welcomed. We have held the executive to account. I was always, as Deputy Leader of this Council, a firm believer of Cabinet members making a report to the City Council to be challenged on their portfolio and what they had done over the last 12 months. Unfortunately, the new Labour leadership decided that they didn't want that, but as a second best, we have the challenge at the Audit Committee once a year. And I have to say, as far as the independence of members of the Audit Committee, you would be hard-pressed to know which political allegiance any members belong to. And I see Councillor Marge Bridle in front of me. She has challenged the executive. She has challenged on a number of occasions, as has Councillor Albert Bohr. You wouldn't know that they were members of the Labour group because the independence that they have pursued has been laudatory. We've challenged the value for money and the performance of the Council and the performance management. Internal audit is an extremely important part of the Audit Committee. I was responsible for setting up the Audit Committee in 2005-2006. Prior to that, I was a member of the Finance Committee and the General Purposes Committee. Audit reports were published, internal audit reports. They didn't go anywhere. And I know for a fact, because I saw one that was passed to me privately, that if it had been made public, there were 1 or 2 members of this council who would have been interviewed by the constabulary, I have to say. And I'm talking about 25 years ago. But it is a fact now that there is the openness of internal audit reports having a destination, and for the executive to be interrogated on that basis. And I think it's important. Lord Mayor, I'm not going to support the amendment that's been moved today. I think it is open for discussion. However, I have to say that as far as Councillor Greenrod is concerned, he's never sent a shiver up my back, and I think he'd be hard-pressed to send a shiver up Albert Bohr's back or Marge Bridle's back. I won't speak for any other members of the council, but he has been independent in his approach as chairman of the Audit Committee, and I'm glad that as part of the arrangements that we've had to show the independence, that I accepted the post of Vice Chairman. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marge Bridle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The first thing I'd say is that I totally dispute that Councillor Grindrod has had a chilling effect on me as a Labour member of the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee's role, as other colleagues have said, is to challenge and get assurance from within the Council that effective control and risk management processes are in place to ensure the Council's objectives are met. What does this mean in practice? Well, I'd like to give an example and to stress that audit is about challenge. So here is one of the challenges. We get informed of the local government and social care ombudsman reports, and our job is to monitor management's response to ombudsman cases. Our job is to review whether inspection recommendations like the Ombudsman's have been implemented. Then we can be assured that service improvement is happening. So at the last committee, we listened with interest, but with further alarm bells ringing, to the senior relevant head of service who attended. He said, and I quote from the Evening Mail, "Horrible situation, completely wrong. I can't defend the poor service that everybody got. There's been a lot of buck passing in the past about who deals with what, and ownership hasn't been at the foremost." So, what was he talking about? What was this Ombudsman case all about? In a nutshell, large waste bins at blocks of flats not being put back in position, therefore blocking the footpath and causing all sorts of other issues. From November of one year through to February of the next year, the resident continued to complain. No action was taken, and unbelievably, the council closed the case without resolving it. The dispute, housing and waste management, each saying the other was responsible for putting the bins back. Audit's role is to ensure that lessons are acted on. Doesn't this ring true with many of us? A squabble between departments. The need to break down the professional silos that are departments. The need to focus on resolving problems. The need to focus on the citizen and not the shoring up of the professional egos of council departments in Birmingham. The current political leader of this council, credit to him, has pushed for change. He said he wants departments, I remember him saying it, to stop batting things back and forth, avoiding any of them taking responsibility. Adult social care in this city have shown what can be done. Breaking up the department, creating the neighbourhood network services, bringing the service closer to the people. The finance service have shown what can be done. A transformed service, set the vision, change the culture so we can get better. I know there's a push from the corporate change programme to once and for all sort out these long-standing problems, to modernise the way that this city works. The chair of the Audit Committee, to his credit, has requested that our chief executive attends our next meeting. We can and we must get better. And I support the report of the chair to this council, and that's an example of the challenge that we're bringing. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chatfield.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been mentioned I was a previous chair of audit and therefore fully appreciate the importance of audit. I must, before I start, on a couple of points of clarification. It does feel it feels a little as though members of the group opposite, not least Councillor Morell, are perhaps living in a slightly dated world where the council hasn't made the extraordinary progress it has done over the last 3 or 4 years. Children's Services, for example, left special measures 3 years ago. The SEND service has not been taken over by government. That is not what has happened, and we need to be absolutely clear that is not the case. And Councillor Bridle has already mentioned the dramatic improvement in our financial disclosure, reporting and projecting into the future that we've made over the last couple of years. I think all of those should be recognised here, even if the opposition won't admit to it themselves. And I thank, I thank Councillor Tilsley for his words. So I think Councillor Tilsley, when I was chair, and working with other organisations, Councillor Tilsley always plays a really important role in holding executive to account, but also being fair and reasonable to all members. And I'd just like to recognise that today. So, obviously, I fully recognise the importance of the work done by the Audit Committee, making sure that our financial reporting is as strong as it possibly can be. Under the chairmanship of Councillor Grinrod, the Audit Committee has played a strong, challenging and yet supportive role. As an aside, I very much welcome the appointment of an independent advisor to the committee, something that reflects best practice and should give further reassurance to the public that Audit continues to perform the functions assigned to it fairly and without favour. With regards to my own area of responsibility, I am pleased that the report recognises our achievement of reaching a 3-star CIPFA rating and that financial management has been significantly transformed. I hope you will indulge me for a few moments in order to allow me to quote at length from the report. Substantial improvements have been made to address the critical priority areas highlighted in the 2018-2019 year, including accountability for financial performance, the setting of a robust financial strategy, in-year reliability and forecasting, and strengthening of financial discipline throughout the organisation. For us as members, this means the improvements in services we still need to see and our ambitious plans for the future are underpinned by robust financial planning and strong regular monitoring. We have made financial reporting more accurate, longer term and more accessible. We now work on the basis of a rolling budget, integrated provision for risk and maintain a prudent reserves position. This allows us as members to understand fully the challenges that await in the future, whilst also allowing us to plan for long-term service improvement based on sound investment. We have also much improved both the planning and delivery of savings, a position that is worlds away from where we were a few years ago. We all know the problems that beset the audit industry in both local government and the private sector over the last few years. Northamptonshire Council, Carillion, Patisserie Valerie spring to mind as some recent examples where external auditors have been criticised. So we can expect greater focus on this important area and therefore greater scrutiny of us as an organisation. We must therefore put greater emphasis on both risk management and the value for money as an integral part of our decision making. It is essential for the future that we maintain a positive, honest and open relationship between our finance service and the external auditors. We are a large, complex organisation and providing our audit services, be it internal and external, will always be a challenge. Finally, I'd like to thank Councillor Grinrod, the members of the committee and the officers who so ably support them for all their work over the last year. The Audit Committee plays an essential part in our governance structure and its continued successful operation is vitally important as we continue to drive up the standards in the services we provide. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I call upon Councillor Fred Grindard to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So much for an apolitical committee, eh? Colleagues, last year, if you remember, we were on Zoom, and Councillor Jenkins told this council how concerned he was that I would only be staying for a short time. So Councillor Jenkins last year wanted to keep me. I'm really sorry that our relationship has broken down so much that he wants to get rid of me. I feel very, very disappointed by that situation. I have worked very hard to work with both Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Morell to ensure they feel welcome in my committee, and I will continue to do so, colleagues. Colleagues, again, just another point on Councillor Jenkins. We have worked very hard to ensure that the independence of the committee is maintained. And we've done that in a number of ways. I mean, I do thank Councillor Tilsley for his comments, But I know I couldn't get away with any tricks when Councillor Tilsley is my vice chair, and I really do, recommend Councillor Tilsley to this chamber for the work he does on my committee. But in addition to that, because I do recognise the challenge of independence, ensuring it is my aim for the committee, we have worked to get an external independent advisor to the committee that is able to be used by any committee member without any consultation with me or officers to challenge and support the challenge of members. I do encourage both Councillor Morell and Councillor Jenkins to use that resource, as I feel it would be really beneficial to the committee if they were to do so. There is a challenge about this transparency issue. Let's be clear. I'll move on from the political point about a current Conservative, party members defending, trying to claim transparency. Their problems are much bigger elsewhere, as Councillor Morell admitted. But let's issue there's an issue here of time. And one of the issues that I think we find with some of the requests that Councillor Morell and Councillor Jenkins have raised is that there is legal, fair, due process that needs to be worked through sometimes, which means that information is, on the advice of the City Solicitor, withheld from the committee for a period of time and a period of time only. We have a commitment to have, in front of the Audit Committee, at a time when due process is finished, an unredacted version of the Whiteman's report. That is a commitment that was given to the committee by the City Solicitor, and it is a commitment that, if I remain as chair of this committee, I will ensure is held to. It really does concern me sometimes when legitimate legal principles in the United Kingdom law are kind of thrown around by those opposition members as an excuse to give them the information that it isn't quite appropriate for them to have at a particular point in time. And I really do think colleagues should be very careful when they think that those legal principles do not apply to them. Councillor Morell, I'm not sure what your speech had to do with the Conservative amendment, but even so, I'm very happy for most of the things most of those things you mentioned haven't really been raised by you at the committee. I look forward to hearing more from your points at the committee. And as every colleague knows, the committee is live streamed, and colleagues here are most welcome to watch it, listen to us, and hear Councillor Morell raise those points. The issues, colleagues, are that we strive to be independent, critical and challenging. Councillor Bridle set out clearly some of the excellent work we do. I know full well that I've got, the Councillor Bridle and Councillor Bohr, the idea that I'd, have any sense of fear of those two colleagues. It's the other way around, colleagues, I assure you. And I do believe that they'd again, by those colleagues, ensure that the Labour group's participation in the Audit Committee is highly independent. And I do know from comments from Cabinet members who we drag in front of us that they don't particularly enjoy it when myself, Councillor Bridle and Councillor Bohr work together to really challenge them and hold them to account on the issues that we are tasked with doing so. Colleagues, Councillor Ward and Councillor Chatfield set out how the executive feels about the Audit Committee and the work we do. I do believe that we will continue to strive to be the best audit committee we can be. I think we are getting some traction and some recognition of that in our relationship with the external auditor. And I do feel, colleagues, that there is a point of trying with the best efforts and intentions to be apolitical. And it is a deep shame to me that way of working, that custom and practice, is sabotaged by the attempt of the Conservative amendment, and it is disappointing to me that that's happened. But colleagues, once again, I recommend my report to you. I thank all members of the committee and all officers that have supported us, and that concludes my remarks, Lord Mayor, but thank you for the time to make them.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Jenkins and seconded by Councillor Morell. Are those in favour of this amendment? Are those against? That is lost. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Are those in favour? Now we will adjourn for the break, and as mentioned earlier, the tea and coffee will be served in the foyer and the fire bar is open until the end of the break. And we will come back at 5 o'clock. Thank you. I move that the council be adjourned until 5 o'clock. Is that seconded? Agree. Thank you. I want to have a point of clarity. Please note that before the break, the motion was carried without amendment. I think that was not clear on the website. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to item 10. We will now receive a report of the Licensing and Public Protection Committee seeking approval to the revised statement gambling principles required to be produced under the Gambling Act 2005. The time for this item is 30 minutes. I call upon Councillor Michael Eddy to move the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm here to move the report in agenda item 10, referencing us as a council in regards to the Gambling Act 2005. Licensing authorities like ours, Lord Mayor, are required by law under this Act to state the principles to be applied by our authority and how we will be exercising the function under Part 15 of the Act, particularly with respect to the inspection of premises and the powers under Section 346 of the Act. This licensing authority's principles are that it will be guided by the Gambling Commission's guidance to licensing authorities and will endeavour, Lord Mayor, to be proportionate, accountable, consistent, transparent and targeted. The main enforcement and compliance role for this licensing authority in terms of the Gambling Act 2005 is to ensure compliance with the premises licences and other permissions which it authorises. The Gambling Commission is the enforcing body for operating and personal licences. It's also worth noting, Lord Mayor, that concerns about manufacture, supply and repair of gaming machines are not dealt by the licensing authority, but by the Gambling Commission itself. Birmingham City Council has developed a protocol for enforcement and will continue partnership working with the Gaming Commission and other enforcement organisations to promote a consistent approach between them. The protocol will, has and does encompass a strategy of targeting high-risk premises and will, has and does ensure intelligence-led policing and regulation in our city. The Council's licensing authority already has developed working protocols such as sharing information and good practices, encouraging close cooperation between licensed premises, encouraging good working practices and codes of practice by licensed premises to tackle crime and disorder issues, Lord Mayor. Most importantly, Lord Mayor, in exercising the functions delegated to the department by this council, we already have and continue to prevent gambling from being a source of crime or disorder and being used, most importantly, to support crime. We don't want to see that in our city. Ensuring that gambling is conducted in a fair and open way. And of course, Lord Mayor, protecting children and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited by gambling. Lord Mayor, on behalf of Councillor Davis, the Chair of the Committee, I would like to thank all members of the Licensing and Public Protection Committee for their input into this document, as well as Council officers. And with this said, Lord Mayor, I move the report in Agenda Item 10 before you.
Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When the fun stops, stop. That's the slogan we're all used to hearing. But that's all it is, a slogan. A slogan devised by a top team of marketing specialists that takes all responsibility for problem gambling away from the gambling industry and onto the gambler. It's a slogan devised to look as though they care, but does not sufficiently confront the bleak fact that 86% of online gambling profits comes from just 5% of gamblers. The gambling industry's tactics are coercive and exploitative and wouldn't be tolerated in the vast majority of other industries. Imagine this, Lord Mayor. Imagine the justified anger and outrage if an alcoholic drink supplier sent a complimentary crate of beer to a recovering alcoholic, someone who they knew had been going to Alcoholics Anonymous, who'd been trying to get their life back on track. And then when that was ignored, imagine they sent them a complimentary bottle of vodka and then another one. In the gambling industry, sending so-called free bets to gambling users is accepted simply as a clever marketing ploy, and the results can be catastrophic. This is exactly what happened to Luke Ashton. He was trying to give up gambling but got clawed back during lockdown after being bombarded with free bets, some of which were worth 4 or 5 figure sums. He finally accepted one. 4 months later, he was dead. That's why I support, and everyone else in this room should be supporting, Luke's law, proposed by his wife Annie to ban free bets and other coercive marketing tactics. We're obviously at Villa Park now, and on match day, this place will be littered with gambling ads. Logos appear in an average Premier League game 700 times. That's once every 10 seconds. The gambling industry has its claws in our most beloved game, and it isn't letting go anytime soon of its own accord. And yes, this is, of course, primarily a matter for a national government who are dragging their feet, and it's regrettable that the council has limited powers. But there are some small parts that we can each play to change the future of the 50,000 kids under the age of 16 who already have a gambling addiction, and to support the adults and their families already suffering across our brilliant city. Check in on your mates, your colleagues, your family, and listen without judgment. With this report, your council will be playing its part to protect against the risk of gambling at physical premises, but the current gambling laws were written pre-pandemic and pre-smartphones, and they are outdated and they are dangerous. For too many, the fun has stopped, and it stopped a long time ago. So it's time the government took real action on online gambling sites and adverts that are out of reach of the council's powers. Whatever your party, we should be united against the suffering that gambling addiction is inflicting upon households across Birmingham. Because in the last 6 years, gambling-related hospitalisations has more than doubled to a record high, and there's an average of 1 suicide linked to gambling every single day in the UK, often young men who had their whole lives ahead of them. So today, tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, someone will die because of the torment caused by problem gambling. And that's torment that I've seen firsthand. I've felt the pain of how it's torn families apart, seen how it can tear communities apart, ruin relationships, friends and lives. And until genuine action is taken to regulate the gambling industry, it will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Majan,
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can I take this opportunity to thank the licensing officers and the members of the Licensing and Public Protection Committee for the comprehensive statement, which includes detailed references to the public sector equality duty together with good examples therein. Lord Mayor, a study released last year by the University of Bristol showed that betting shops are 10 times more likely to be found within poorer areas of the country than they are in wealthy parts, with a fifth of all gambling sites found in the poorest areas. In big cities such as Birmingham, betting shops are concentrated in poorer areas of the city, feeding a legacy of hardship and increased social unrest. Lord Mayor, the survey, which I have already referenced, found that whilst the country's poorest areas have 34% of all amusement arcades and 29% adult gaming centres, they only have around 10% of all food stores. This is most evident in my neighbouring ward of Ward End, where on a small stretch of the Washbeath Road there is a proliferation of betting shops, and locals have renamed the area as the Bookie Belt. In 2012, I fought with residents to prevent another betting shop opening with a campaign, but we failed to do so. Since then, this section of the Washbeath Road is prevalent with antisocial behaviour, littering and noise that has a detrimental impact on the daily lives of residents. Lord Mayor has stated, some of our high streets, which could be home to more food stores, cafes and restaurants, are instead concentrated with betting shops. As a City Council, many people in our communities look to us to act and ask why we cannot stop the concentration of betting shops on our high streets. Lord Mayor, however, as today's report details, the Gambling Commission has not granted us the powers that we need to limit concentration of such premises. That's why I very much welcome the work that the Council is doing to prepare a local area profile which will indicate the risk factors when considering an application for a new betting shop. Lord Mayor, whilst I was a member of the Licensing and Public Protection Committee, I made representations that schools should be listed as responsible authorities, but this never materialised, even though one of the key licensing objectives is the protection of children from harm. That's why having a local area profile that includes proximity to schools, deprivation factors, and the presence of other gambling premises in the area will help to inform objections to new gambling premises in the area, helping concerned residents to make their case. Lord Mayor, we are in the midst of a pandemic and the biggest health crisis that most, if not all of us, have experienced in our lifetimes, coupled with a significant period of economic disruption. That's why we should follow the example of Scotland, as there are 5 licensing objectives, the 5th being protecting and improving public health. As the largest city council, we should work with core cities to lobby and make representations to the government to review legislation and add a new licensing objective of protecting and improving public health. Lord Mayor, I also believe that we should take heed of the recommendation of the Gambling Commission that the licensing authority includes residents and tenants associations as interested parties. In all cases, not just where a member lives sufficiently close to the premises, as these associations are a voice for residents in their respective areas. Lord Mayor, we should not leave it to the gambling industry to regulate itself. Instead, we should ensure that we are doing what we can as a council to limit the concentration of betting shops whilst continuing to lobby the government and the Gambling Commission for more powers. I support the statement. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Staker-Wells.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Local authorities are responsible for upholding licensing objectives for hospitality and entertainment venues. We are guided by 4 national licensing objectives: the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, the protection of children from harm. In terms of public protection, we have more clout over how close premises are to schools, over inappropriate advertising and illicit sales of counterfeit alcohol. However, despite the seriousness with which we treat hearings for such facilities, one of the most troubling aspects to me is gambling. The reason is that it is legalised and has been since 1960. Gambling is the practice of wagering something of value or an event with an uncertain future with the intent of winning something else of value. Regulation is not designed to protect those who are most at risk, namely addicts. Local authorities are required to publish a statement in response to the Gambling Act of 2005. Our powers have to do with the management and organisation of premises. We expect managers to exercise social responsibility, but their duty of care is for their own staff, not necessarily the gamblers from whom they make their profit. Similarly, licensing officers can offer guidance and advice, but this is limited in relation to the treatment of gamblers. We have no powers over online gambling. Our statement of licensing principle calls for applicants to carry out an assessment that clarifies risks to the licensing objectives. It also seeks knowledge about how vulnerable people, like gambling addicts, will be protected. However, it is my view that national regulation is limited in its protection of the most vulnerable and lax in its approach to accumulation of profit. The tragedy of problem gambling is now an everyday revelation in the media. Surely, it is time for the government to abandon its reliance on self-regulation and to lay down conditions in conjunction with local authorities. We are all too aware of the risks. Lord Mayor, licensing officers are in the process of creating a profile of the city. Valuable information will emerge about proximity to schools, deprivation factors, and the presence of gambling premises in particular localities. We already know about the clustering of betting shops in areas like Ladywood constituency. Given the responsibility for public protection enshrined in the licensing objectives, isn't it high time for the Gambling Commission to give Birmingham powers to limit concentration of such premises? Unlike other venues, there is no cumulative impact zone for gambling, where the accumulation of premises is likely to compromise the licensing objectives. In other words, there can be any number of betting centres in a high street or local shopping centre. Such lax regulation amounts to gambling with people's lives and gambling with our values as a council. How can it be right to leave gambling venues to their own devices and to abandon vulnerable addicts to the open market that gambling has become? Let's bear in mind that the overwhelming profit from this industry is drained from those who can least afford it. Lord Mayor, public protection should mean what it says. More rehabilitation for addicts, less temptation to throw away their livelihoods and dignity. I welcome the approach that Birmingham adopts in this report. Let's hope that national government wakes up to the need for regulation in the interests of victims, not just those who profit. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pocock.
Lord Mayor, the laws on gambling are outdated and they need reform. Gambling is, of course, a legitimate part of the entertainment industry, but like alcohol, like any addictive behaviour, it can be dangerous and needs to be tightly regulated. We as a City Council, as a licensing authority for gambling premises, exercise that authority and are in this document before you today doing what we can to make sure gambling is undertaken responsibly. Particularly, I welcome the requirement for applicants to do a local risk assessment. This progress is welcome. But I want to highlight, as other speakers have, the massive and increasing gap that is now opening up with online gambling. More and more gambling is not being done in betting shops or in the casinos that pop up on motorway services stations. In this city and across the country, it's on people's sofas, at home, in bed, on the bus, in the pub. Anywhere you can get an internet signal, all you need is a mobile phone, all you need is a smartphone. Online gambling is drawing more and more people to become victims caught in the net of addictive gambling. And this is almost entirely unregulated. On our Health and Social Care Scrutiny Committee, we've had public health evidence presented to us of the negative effects of addictive gambling on public health. Often this is hidden. It's unknown to friends, it's unknown to family. But leading from it, we have marital breakdown, relationship breakdown, bankruptcy, mental health issues, distress, and even eventually leading to suicide. The vast majority of the profits of this industry are made from the 5% of the most addicted consumers of this product. We've made the comparison with alcohol. I'll give you another example. You have a pub, there's the landlord, you've had a couple more than you should. I don't speak from experience here, but the landlord will say to you, come on mate, you've had enough now, that's an end, out the door. The very opposite occurs in this industry. Somebody's run out of money, they've come to the end of a losing run. The industry gives you money, it gives you free bets to draw you back in. Keep on gambling, keep on taking the risk. It is an industry which is seducing people to do behaviour that damages their personal health and puts their lives at risk. We've seen the media coverage, this has been mentioned by other speakers. This is causing the most vulnerable to be exposed to the risk at the time when they are most vulnerable to the dangers of this addictive behaviour. So we have to draw a line on this. We're doing what we can as a City Council, and I welcome the measures that are in the document before you today. As a City Council, we have some limited capacity to deal with the physical premises in the city, but we need to take that argument nationally. The gambling industry can no longer be justified to be self-regulated. We need the government to step up to the plate, as we have done here in Birmingham, and to tighten up the regulations on this corrosive effect which is damaging the health of people in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Michael Eddy to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Councillor Aitken said exactly what I was feeling, but hadn't got the guts to get up here and say it. I'm going to be truthful, and I endorse everything he said. There are far too many, and in particular young people, who, through the pressures of gaming, end up taking their own lives. Councillor Majid Mahmood, you are correct. There are certain businesses that target the poorest in our society, and the government and Parliament are doing far too little. And one of the reasons for that is that the lobbying powers, the lobbying groups that we have in Parliament associated with gambling as a whole are far too powerful and place far too much pressure and finances on those who can do things differently. Councillor Straker-Wells, as previously stated, we do need more teeth to tackle gaming and gambling establishments, and in particular where we have accumulation of bookies along shopping parades across our city. But we're hamstrung. Councillor Pocock, you were correct. Laws are antiquated and we do need updating. But it goes to show how powerful gambling is when a CEO of one of the biggest betting companies in the country can pay themselves £500 million in salary in 1 year, and that was last year. Too much money is going in the wrong way, and something does need to be done about it. But this report, Lord Mayor,
doesn't cover that. This report tells us what we can do and what we will do with the endorsement of this council to look after the most vulnerable within our city and society as a whole. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the motion. Are those in favour? Are those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Item number 11. We will now receive a report of the Director of Council Management setting out proposal for appointing the external auditor to the Council for the accounts for the next 5 years period from 2023 to 24. The time for this item is 15 minutes. I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't think this need take up those 15 minutes you've just referred to. The report that is in front of us this afternoon sets out the proposals for appointing the external auditor to the Council for the 5-year period from the 2023-24 financial year onwards. Currently, the Council has opted into the appointing person national auditor appointment arrangements that were established by public sector audit appointments, and that applies to the period covering the accounts from 2018-19 through to 2022-23. The PSAA is now undertaking a procurement for the next appointing period, which covers the audits, as I've said, from 2023-24 onwards to 2027-28. There are some options that are before us. They're laid out in the report. We can arrange for our own procurement and make the appointment ourselves, or we can do that in conjunction with other bodies, or we can again join and take advantage of the National Collective Scheme that is administered by PSAA. The benefits of being part of that arrangement, Lord Mayor, are set out in paragraph 4.7 in this report. And therefore, the motion that is in front of us is that the Council accepts the public sector audit appointments invitation to opt into the sector-led option for the appointment of external auditors to principal local government and police bodies for 5 financial years from the 1st of April 2023. And I move that motion. Thank you.
Any speaker on this debate? No. Okay then. Are those in favour? Any against? This is carried. Thank you. Now we move on to agenda item 12. Motion for debate for individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes, and I have a list of speakers on this item. I call upon Councillor Robert Alden to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to move the motion. If we look back 900 years to when Birmingham's first market charter was granted in 1166, few people would imagine that Birmingham would grow to be the premier city in the country. Birmingham's geography cut it off from the coast, the important maritime contacts needed for growth in the Middle Ages. Although it had reached a small town status by the 14th century, Birmingham changed little until the late 18th century. If you look back to the starting in Saxon times, Birmingham was the home, that's where ham comes from, of the Bjorma tribe, and was just a small settlement in a forest. By 1066, it was a hamlet worth 20 shillings. In the late 17th century, Birmingham's population was about 15,000, equal to a 2-member ward now roughly, and about 100 years later, it reached 70,000, equal to 1 constituency roughly now. It was the coming of the Industrial Revolution and the ingenuity of Brummies that brought the changes that bring us to our great city today. Birmingham's reputation as a good producer of metalwork was forged initially in supplying the parliamentarians in the English Civil War. And over time, metalwork, the gun trade, fine jewellery, buttons, trinkets, pen nibs, and so much more made in Birmingham became commonplace around the world. The work of James Watt, Matthew Boulton and William Murdoch, pioneers in steam power, and the work of printer John Baskerville changed not just Birmingham, not just England, not just the British Empire, but changed the whole world. Birmingham did not elect members of Parliament until 1832 and the Reform Act, did not become incorporated until 1838, and it was of course granted city status on the 14th of January 1889, hence the date in this motion. Birmingham has such an incredible history. The list of inventions from our city is unrivalled. In 1779, budding politicians around the world would no doubt rejoice or cry as James Watt invented the letter copying machine. John Hurd invented the standalone cooker, John Jellicoe the bicycle bell, Rowland Hill the postage stamp, Joseph Hudson the whistle, St Francis Galton the weather map. In 1877, William Brown and James Hughes invented the skate wheel, without which we'd have no skateboards, Leon Abrahams the pacemaker, Arthur Large the electric kettle. It was Brummie John Hall Edwards who discovered the potential of X-rays, Walter Griffiths the first portable vacuum cleaner, Mills Munitions the windscreen wiper. It was Conway Berners-Lee who helped build the world's first commercially available electric computer, while his son Tim invented the World Wide Web. In 1902, George Darby patented the first electric heat and smoke detector, Francis Aston the first massive spectrometer. The first microwave power oscillators were invented at Birmingham University during the Second World War, and the list goes on. When Birmingham first introduced its Walk of Stars years ago now, I said at the time that Birmingham should be honouring all the inventors and engineers in our city, a walk of cogs if you like. And it's not just the inventions, though, that Birmingham is famous for. Councillor Bennett will no doubt touch on the musical legacy of our home in his speech, but it would be remiss of me not to remind members of Mother's Nightclub in Erdington, which was seen as the place to be in the late 60s and early 70s, when legendary DJ John Peel described it as the world's greatest venue. Hundreds of famous bands played there, and Pink Floyd even recorded half of one of their albums there. While Mother's is long gone, legendary Birmingham nightclub Snobs has been a mainstay of a night out for generations since the 1970s. And of course, outside of London, Birmingham is home to more Michelin star restaurants than anywhere else, sitting alongside those 100 Balti houses, many of which are in the Balti Triangle in Birmingham. I think we can all agree that Birmingham is an incredible place, the best city in the world. And we should be so proud of our city, but we should do more to shout about how brilliant our city is from the rooftops. And that's exactly what a Festival of Birmingham would do, ensuring future generations understand our proud past and our future opportunities. A Festival of Birmingham would give opportunities to celebrate the range of history of each suburb locally and of the city as a whole in the centre. Let your imagination run wild with the potential. You could have drones light up the night sky with a dance of bulls in the city centre. Think of the inspirational tales of Brummie's past that could be told to inspire the children of our city to even brighter futures. A Festival of Birmingham would not just be the chance to celebrate our past, it would be the chance to bring investment into our city. Studies on the impacts of festival shows that local economies benefit from 55% of visitors normally travelling more than 25 miles to attend. Average spend at festivals is around £172, 3/4 of which is spend which is additional and would not otherwise have happened. While local businesses generally generate about 65% more in turnover during a period that city festivals take place. A Festival of Birmingham spread across the city would ensure all of our major local centres could benefit from this increased visitors and spending, not just the city centre. A collection of events like this on high streets like Erdington, Northfield, Harborne, Acots Green, Moseley, Sutton Town Centre and more will see increased visitors and spend across the city, unlike almost all the other events that the city holds. But not just has Birmingham got a wonderful past, it's got an excellent future ahead of it. And showcasing the future of our city should forge a key part of a Festival of Birmingham as well. A Festival of Birmingham could focus on the exciting new developments in the city, both the work being done by businesses and universities, but also performances by our schools to show off the talent coming through our city. Lord Mayor, Birmingham is an incredible place. We should be shouting from the rooftops about the potential here. We should be putting in place the stepping stones as a council to ensure that Birmingham does not just have golden 11 days later this year, not just a golden decade, but has a golden century ahead of us. We should be ensuring that a child who enters school today has a golden future when they leave school in 14 years' time. A Festival of Birmingham is one of those stones on the path to ensuring Birmingham's next 100 years contain the same level of invention, innovation and improvement of life chances as its first 100 years as a city did. So let's back this motion, Council, and celebrate Birmingham, the greatest city in the world. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I call upon Councillor Matt Bennett to second it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Mackie just commented to me a few moments ago that I had motions like this a relatively easy job because I really just have to say this place is brilliant. And so I think I'll do that. This place is brilliant. I think we all agree on that. And it's kind of our job, obviously, to agree with that as councillors, because if we can't boost our area and boost our city, then who can? But I think it's worth reflecting for a moment that we really do have something very special in Birmingham. If you look at other cities around the country, I personally feel, I did a stint living in London when I was younger, it's too big, much too big. And other cities, Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool, they have their charms, but they're not really that cosmopolitan, that diverse compared to Birmingham. We have just the right kind of size in terms of getting around just the right level, I feel, of diversity. So you really feel like you're going to different places when you visit different parts of the city. And I think we have an excellent record, in fact, on diversity and integration. If you compare Birmingham to other cities in the country, I think the way that communities integrate and get along together is exemplary. And we are very much better off than many cities in this country. And I think that's something we should never take for granted. So I really do believe that celebrating Birmingham with a festival is a thoroughly worthwhile thing to do. It's an excellent thing to do. And I think particularly, as I say, if I may take a moment to be particularly parochial, I look at my own ward of Edgbaston, I look at the things that we have there, the facilities, the fact that we're so close to the city centre, it's so green, we have the botanical gardens, we have, in terms of history, we have the oldest lawn tennis club in the world. And in terms of history, Dame Barbara Cartland, of course, was born in Edgbaston. So we have a fine history to draw on, and we have a fine history of famous people who've come from Birmingham. Councillor Alden listed the formidable array of inventions. I did the same research as he did, actually, and I was amazed to discover the number of things that were invented in Birmingham, or at least Brummies had a hand in inventing. So we have much to be proud of. Now, I want to particularly focus on the music element because about 10 years ago, I was looking back at the sort of classic. Can you call scrutiny reports classic? And what do they have to do to become classic? But a classic scrutiny report, which was produced by former councillor Phil Parkin and his scrutiny committee, which was called Destination Birmingham. And it focused on the musical heritage of Birmingham. And if you look at, obviously, the obvious one is Ozzy Osbourne, who I think should have been made a freeman of this city quite some time ago. And I'd support any bid to do that. And Black Sabbath. But we have Steel Pulse, we have Steve Winwood, Jamelia, UB40, Duran Duran, Musical Youth, Wizard, the Electric Light Orchestra. All of these made a formidable contribution to British music, and they should all be celebrated. And a Festival of Birmingham would be a fantastic way to celebrate Birmingham's musical heritage, and to also give the kind of support and encouragement and platform and showcase to the up-and-coming Brummie bands of the future, so that we can really push forward Birmingham as a musical city. I think that Liverpool, gets a lot of credit for the Beatles, but really, what else do they have? Not very much. You take away the Beatles from Liverpool, you don't really have a lot in terms of musical heritage to draw on. That at some point, but and Manchester obviously gets a lot of credit as well. I love my Manchester bands, but they do, they were responsible for inflicting Morrissey on the world, and that's a crime that they should never be forgiven for. So I think we should be bold, as Councillor Ward and the Cabinet like to say, we should be bold and have a festival that really showcases everything Birmingham has to offer, and in particular the music. Let's make the next 10 years, the next century, a musical Brummie decade. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I have one amendment which will be debated with a motion. I call upon Councillor Ian Ward to move the amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I do hope that Councillor Bennett, in seconding that motion, does not hear from some of the other cities that he's referred to as he seconded the motion. Lord Mayor, like I'm sure everyone in this meeting today, I'm proud of Birmingham and I'm proud of our shared history and heritage. Like Councillor Alden, I was born in Birmingham and I've lived here all my life. I take every possible opportunity to tell people what a remarkable city Birmingham is, and I relish every chance to show the rest of the world just what we and the people of this city have to offer. So, of course, I agree that we have much to celebrate, and I compliment Councillor Alden on the research that he has obviously carried out to inform his speech this afternoon, moving the motion. But the truth is, Lord Mayor, thanks to the foresight and bold ambition of the Labour Council, we're preparing to celebrate all things Birmingham this summer as the city hosts the biggest and most exciting event in our history. The Commonwealth Games will showcase everything that is great about this fantastic city, and I'm determined that the Games will be just the start of a brighter future for Birmingham and its people. Successfully bidding to host the Games has resulted in a record level of investment for the city, with around £1 billion being leveraged into Birmingham and £3 of government investment for every £1 that the council is investing. And with excitement really starting to grow, the Games are also making Brummies prouder than ever of their city. This really is our chance to shine, and I know that we will grab that opportunity with both hands. As I've said all along, hosting the Games has always been about more than 11 days of world-class sporting activity. This is a unique opportunity to showcase our communities, our history, and our cultural offer. Lord Mayor, the Commonwealth Games Cultural Programme has attracted £12 million of investment into the arts, which will continue to put our city on the cultural map for years to come. The Games will help us attract investment, celebrate our shared history and heritage, and will show the world that we're proud of our city. And, as the Games Legacy Plan, published in December last year, made clear, we will use this summer as a springboard for future celebrations. That is why we are committed to working with communities and with arts and cultural stakeholders to develop an annual Birmingham Festival, which will form a key part of a meaningful legacy from the Games. This is already built into the plan, and I suspect that Councillor Alden is aware of this and was aware of it all along. So why are we tabling this amendment to the Conservative motion? After all, we're not that far apart. We agree that there should be a festival of Birmingham. Lord Mayor, if the national news over the last few months has taught us anything, it's that some Tories have a lot of experience when it comes to organising parties and social occasions. But it appears that that expertise does not extend to Birmingham's Conservatives, who want to organise an annual celebration of our great city in one of the wettest and coldest months of the year. A month when people don't have as much disposable income following on from the Christmas festivities. Not only that, but sticking rigidly to a celebration on January the 14th every year, for 5 years in every 7, the proposed Festival of Birmingham would fall on a weekday, hardly the most convenient of times for a celebration. I do think they might have asked their friends in number 10 for some advice before coming up with this flawed plan. I understand, of course, that the 14th of January is an important date in Birmingham's history, as it is the date our great city was officially granted city status in 1889. But clearly, the middle of January is not the right time to hold a citywide festival. For that reason, I move this amendment, because it reflects the work that is already underway to develop an annual festival that would offer the people and communities of Birmingham an opportunity to come together each summer to celebrate everything that makes our city great, while enjoying a rich programme of cultural events. So we on this side want to work with our communities and arts organisations to see how we can best do this in neighbourhoods right across the city. And we will develop our plans in collaboration with the people and the cultural communities of Birmingham. The Labour plan will not only celebrate and promote our shared history and heritage, it will also look forward and write the next exciting chapters in the story of our amazing city. And I can agree with Councillor Alden, it is the best city in the world. What we need is a celebration and a festival that is appropriate to the best city in the world, celebrated at the right time of the year. Therefore, Lord Mayor, I move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Now I call upon Councillor Jane Francis to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Leader, for that. Here in Birmingham, we've got a huge amount to be proud of, as colleagues have already recognised. Over the decades, our cultural offer to the world has been simply astonishing. Now, we've had quite a few musical references already, but I've got a few of my own to reference. So whether we're thinking of the music of Black Sabbath, UB40, ELO or Duran Duran, whether we're thinking about successes our television programmes have had in Birmingham, made in Birmingham, such as Brum, Citizen Khan, Doctors, or the infamous Peaky Blinders, or authors such as Barbara Cartland, Benjamin Zephaniah, or Tolkien. Our history is full of creative minds who've gifted us so much as a city. As the leader says, the Commonwealth Games presents us with a huge opportunity to provide a legacy and transition the 2022 Birmingham International Dance Festival and the Birmingham Weekender, plus other cultural projects, into a prestigious annual Birmingham Festival to take place in the summer of 2023. Members here will appreciate the benefits that one annual festival will have over previous biennial arrangements, which have taken place over the last 12 years, such as the ability for the city to build its national and international reputation and profile and encourage support for an annual event. The event will be important, as the leader said, for local Birmingham residents and will provide opportunities for them to get involved and local businesses to be commissioned. An annual event will attract tourists and visitors to Birmingham, bringing much-needed economic benefits to the whole of the city. These benefits will be felt widely, with the potential for events to take place in every single community, in all of our neighbourhoods. If these celebrations are in the summer, then we offer communities the chance to hold their own events in local parks, on their streets, in their community centres. If we enforce that the date must be in January, this becomes impossible. We want this celebration to be driven by the arts and culture sector in our city, not dictated by the City Council. And alongside with colleagues, officers will work with stakeholders and partners across the city. And I pledge to keep members updated as those plans emerge. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I call upon Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Liberal Democrats wanted to hear the debate before responding to it, and the motion was a bit like a quiz set by Carl Chin. What was the significance of that date? We thought it was the founding of the city of Birmingham that was being referred to, and hoped it wasn't something horrible to do with Brexit or something like that. So it's been really interesting to hear both sides put their case. I should say nobody's mentioned the Moody Blues, who recently lost the great Graham Edge, and whose John Lodge's recent solo album had a lovely nostalgic song about Erdington High Street in it. So there's even more great bands out there associated, and even more great culture associated with our city. When there's no Liberal Democrat amendment, sometimes it falls to us to try and reconcile the two sides. And I think it's disappointing that the Labour amendment simply strikes out the date. There's clearly a conflict, and clearly the Commonwealth Games has staked its claim to a festival of Birmingham for the summer, and you can understand the benefits of having a festival in the summer, but the Conservatives have rightly highlighted our really significant history as a city. And from our point of view, the founding of Birmingham as a city owes everything to the Liberal Party. It was the Liberals who built up Birmingham in the 19th century, leading to the incorporation as a city. It was the Liberals who put in all the public services in the city, which made such a difference to the lives of the people crammed into that post-industrial city. So what can we do on the 14th of January? Could it perhaps be a civic day, a Birmingham civic day? And I think it's wrong to downplay what you could do in January, because the whole point, in some ways, about maybe doing something in January is exactly because January is such a miserable month. Perhaps we would all benefit from having something to focus on in January. And perhaps a festival maybe is not quite the right approach, because festival tends to imply lots of open air activities, but a festival or a cultural event, something centred on our history and our foundation as a city, would be really, I think, possibly beneficial. And it's a shame that the Labour amendment simply struck out the date without maybe trying to acknowledge the benefits in the idea that was put forward. I'm not quite sure how that can be reconciled now. Perhaps we could ask the leader some questions in future council meetings as to whether he might actually recognise the significance of the date, and perhaps we can look at ways in which the city could celebrate and honour it. And the only other thing I should say is, of course, the city that was founded on the 14th of January was actually a much smaller city than we have now, which is hugely expanded, we need to recognise the heritage of all our neighbourhoods and so forth. Perry-Barr Urban District Council, founded in 1894 and lasted, I think, for about 25 years. A very, very strange beast, but something, a bit of heritage there, which I think we can all build on as we talk about the future of my side of the city. So thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope we can find a way through this so that the contribution that has been brought forward this afternoon to draw 14th of January to our attention, that we can do something with it rather than just delete it with an amendment.
I now call upon Councillor Mariam Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I welcome this motion and the commitments made in the Labour amendment. As Chair of the Commonwealth Games Culture and Physical Activity Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I have been working closely with officers of the Council and of the Organising Committee to ensure that the amazing arts, cultural and sports groups across the city are supported this year and every year to celebrate the best of Birmingham. I've also recently joined the Legacy and Benefits Committee of the Organising Committee on behalf of Birmingham City Council. Just yesterday at the committee, discussions began on the Legacy Plan 2, which is a second cross-party legacy plan that looks at all activity across the region in connection with the Games. This committee, chaired by John Crabtree, is a vital mechanism to achieving the legacy outcomes each and every member in this chamber wants to see delivered in our communities both before and after the Games. Furthermore, the Be Bold Legacy Plan, which was launched just before Christmas, includes the commitment to work with key partners to develop a viable and sustainable annual cultural event in 2023 called the Birmingham International Festival, bringing people together and visitors to the city to celebrate the best of this city. Today's motion and the amendment are very, very important, but we should not be reinventing the wheel and rather building on the blocks that are already in existence and the commitments that we've already made. Now, I want to focus on two key areas of our work that link in directly to the theme of our amendment: the Creative City project and the Cultural Festival for the Games. We are funding the organising committee to deliver Creative City, a huge £2 million community arts programme that will run across Birmingham as part of the Games Culture Festival, the first time that community arts and culture has been integrated. This has been an open call across Birmingham with 2 funding rounds. 108 projects have been successful in receiving funding from 41 wards right across the city. The organising committee team have worked hard to engage with underrepresented groups, with 60% of projects specifically engaging participants, leaders and artists from across communities currently underrepresented in the city's cultural activity. The Creative City programme is also providing a sector development programme to help community arts groups grow and thrive. Birmingham City Council's culture team have also provided funding for the past 2 years to support community groups in developing their proposals for Creative City funding, which has been hugely helpful to those groups during COVID. The Cultural Festival for the Games, Festival 2022, launches on the 28th of Feb and will run right across the city and the wider region. The festival will be engaging 2.5 million people over a 6-month showcase celebrating the region's creativity. It's a real mix of culture and art forms that represent Birmingham and the West Midlands, and will be mostly free access for residents, meaning that Festival 2022 will be a real touchpoint to the Games. Over 300 events are planned as part of Festival 2022, with plenty of opportunities for residents to engage as audiences or participants, including a real focus on accessibility too. I would support any proposal to celebrate how amazing our wonderful city is, not just because of its history and how it is home to over 1 million people, but also because of the opportunities it is offering to the future generations of this city, including through the Commonwealth Games, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Beginning conversations with key arts and culture stakeholders with a view to work together on an annual Birmingham Festival gives us the opportunity to do something really special. We have got great people in Birmingham City Council and right across the sector, but if we're going to commit to this, then the commitment needs to be serious, and it needs to support both. It needs support from both an advocacy perspective and from a resource perspective. Manchester International Festival launched in 2007 as a legacy project built upon the success of their games, an artist-led festival taking place every 2 years which commissions work from around the globe. Birmingham is a city full of rich heritage, culture and talent, and we can achieve so much more by taking a lead and working together with partners and stakeholders to deliver real, meaningful legacy outcomes from the Commonwealth Games. I know that if we truly aim to be bold, be Birmingham, we can and will be better. Lord Mayor, I support the Labour amendment to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Nicky Brennan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought I'd prepared quite well for this motion today by wearing my lovely Birmingham-made 0121 earrings. But perhaps I should have taken Councillor Simon Morrell's lead today and draped myself in a flag of Birmingham for this speech. As you'll all be aware, I love Birmingham and I love this idea of a Festival of Birmingham. I've lived here my whole life and I can't imagine living anywhere else. This city fills me with pride, and Birmingham may be the second city, but it is definitely first in my heart. Our city has many strengths, from its wonderful accent, to its excellent food, to the quality of some of its football, especially by the team that plays at this football stadium. I take my ward of Sparkhill that can proudly say it has more independent shops than anywhere else in the country, that has 2 beautiful parks, sells the best pop of anywhere I've ever been, and has people with so many backgrounds and heritages that are proud to call themselves Brummies. I also think it's fair that if we're talking about music, we give reference to the grime and garage scene that was produced in Birmingham, as we have Mike Skinner from the Streets, whose album Original Pirate Material will be 20 years old next month, and we have the amazing Lady Leisha too. Birmingham also has a proud culture and artistic history, shaped and formed by the people that have come from all over the world to make this city their home. This city beats with a multicultural heart. The Commonwealth Games later this year gives us an opportunity to show off our city to the whole of the world. We have a brilliant cultural offering with something for everyone to enjoy, and the Commonwealth Games gives us the perfect opportunity to demonstrate this. I welcome the 12 million that will flow through our city's cultural sector through the Commonwealth Games, yet another benefit of our bold bid to host the Games. I am excited by this prospect of an annual cultural festival to build a legacy from the Games. This will give our city's residents the chance on an annual basis to celebrate our dancers, artists, musicians, comedians, actors and creatives, and all the reasons why they love Birmingham. The Games will inspire a generation of sports people, but will also inspire a generation of artists. By working with arts organisations right across the city, we can put on an annual celebration which will become a firm favourite with our Brummie residents. Although one thing our city isn't best known for, that's the weather. So that's why I support this amendment, which will allow us to host the event in summer, when the days are longer and the weather is warmer, rather than being tied down to a date in the middle of winter. Lord Mayor, Birmingham is a beautiful city, full of opportunity and aspiration, and one I am immensely proud to call my home. The buildings, the views, the food, the people, Birmingham is a hugely diverse city, steeped in a deep cultural heritage, and it deserves its own celebration. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I call upon Shabnam Hussain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am proud to live in Birmingham, work in Birmingham, and raise my children in Birmingham. We have shared history that we should all be proud of and celebrate. We're a city of 1,000 trades, a home of some of the best music this country has produced. We're a home to the Rep Theatre, Hippodrome, and Symphony Hall. We're also home to countless community art organisations, whether they are local community choir groups, amateur dramatic companies, comedian nights, and much more. This summer, the eyes of the world will be on our city as we host the Commonwealth Games. This will be the biggest event that we've ever hosted and played host to. 11 days of sports and incredible cultural programmes. Thanks to our bold bid to host the Games, we will receive £12 million for funding for the Cultural Legacy Programme. This will shine a light on the arts and culture sector in the way we have never been able to do before. The Commonwealth Games will create a generation of people who are proud to be from Birmingham, who will want to sing, dance and perform in our city. And the Games Legacy Plan means that we have the funding that we can do to this and capitalise on this. The amendment we have tabled to this motion today will reaffirm our desire to unleash Birmingham's cultural potential across the city so that each year we can come together in our communities to celebrate our city, enjoy the rich cultural offer that we can provide. This year is going to be an incredibly exciting time for our city as we kick-start the golden decade for opportunities. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I call upon Councillor Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and unsurprisingly, I support the motion of my colleagues, Councillor Alden and Bennett. I'll ignore the political references by Councillor Ian Ward, Leader of the Council, and I think we have to be a bit careful when you start saying that you don't want to go out and do things in January. We've got a hospitality industry that's trying to come out of a pandemic here. January obviously is just behind us, but we're into February. We've got restaurants, etc. They're wanting people to go out there, and I think it's slightly irresponsible to stand up here and say that you don't want to do things when it's cold and only to go out and do things in January, because, you know, Birmingham really is a great city, and it's a great city 12 months of the year. It's not only a great city for the 3 3 months or whenever you can be bothered to go out. It has great food, has great cultural influences across the city from a world that give us a depth of choice that few cities can match. The number of Michelin-starred restaurants in this city just underlines that depth of quality that is also available. We have canals that are open 12 months of the year. It's a statistic that's obviously trotted out that we have more waterways than Venice, and this is often quoted, but the beauty and the ecosystem that this provides is often overlooked. There's bars, restaurants that are situated on a green corridor that could be used for cyclists and walkers alike, giving them a tranquil day away from the hustle and bustle of the city for those that want it. If they want the hustle and bustle, there's shopping in this city that features international stores and that caters for all tastes. There's a commercial centre in this city. Joseph Chamberlain was the best Prime Minister this country never had, but he used his talents to put down the foundations of a thriving city that continue to deliver today as the city takes advantage of investment from government and private industries, and it continues to thrive. There's literary heritage. There's already been mentioned J.R.R. Tolkien. For those of us who visit the south of the city, they can see the greenery there that inspired the Middle-earth that he refers to in Lord of the Rings. There is the historical city quarters, the Jewellery Quarter being a great example of Birmingham heritage that survived the modernising era of the 50s and 60s that affected so many other cities. Not only is it a beautiful industrial area of the city, delivering a sharp reminder that Birmingham used to have a higher wage than London and could easily do so again. Birmingham also has diverse suburbs, and it's easy to get caught up in the modern investment of our city centre, but let's not forget the suburbs. I see that, Amber, that's all right. There are vibrant examples of different communities living together that not only have a proud history like Cadbury's that set up Bourneville in the 1870s, but it all has a promising future to look forward to. The beauty of this motion, it gives us an annual event that enables the celebration of Birmingham's ongoing diversity. Great cities like New York and Singapore empower their cultural diversity, enabling them to be a magnet for investment of tourism, etc. And isn't it about time that Birmingham did the same? And please, everyone, please remember that you can go out and enjoy hospitality in January and February. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wasim Zafar.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by saying a big thank you to Councillors Bobby Alden and Matt Bennett for bringing this motion here. I think too often we spend, as civic leaders in the city, talking our city down. And I think it's really important. And today's debate has shown there's been some fantastic speeches about the best of Birmingham from right across the chamber, reminding ourselves about how special this city is for each and every one of us. So I want to say a big thank you to them. For me, the 14th of January date is very, very important. I don't think anyone on this side of the chamber is arguing against the fact that the 14th of January should be marked as a special day in the history of Birmingham. I think the issue that members on this side of the chamber have is having the Birmingham Festival in the middle of the summer, where you've got a number of cultural events already taking place in the city, and how we can bring them all together to make it part of the very special Birmingham Festival that is being proposed. And I think, again, just want to acknowledge the 14th of January is important. Let's acknowledge that as an important day, but let's have a festival in the summer where we can get thousands, not just hundreds of people, but thousands of Brummies together and thousands of visitors to our great city. Now, the Commonwealth Games has been touched upon by most of the speakers. It's an incredibly important time for us. It's a time that we will look back on as a major change to the city, a major positive change, a catalyst for major change in the city. But I think it's also really important to understand and appreciate that we can't leave no community or no neighbourhood behind during the games. That's why in recent weeks I've been meeting with John Crabtree and Reed and Martin Green to ensure that all the arts and culture and cultural communities right across our city are embraced and celebrated during this period of time. And I'm pleased with the reassurances that we've had. So it's really important that during these games and beyond, we celebrate, modern-day Birmingham, the diversity of our city, the creative nature of our city, the youthfulness of our city, which is unique and special. But you can't move forward without acknowledging, understanding our past. And I think too often we do not understand the past of the city. We do not understand the past and the heritage of the amazing neighbourhoods within this city. So, a number of colleagues across this chamber have worked with me over recent years to launch the Birmingham Heritage Week, which has been a huge success. We have hundreds and hundreds of events every September where heritage groups from right across this city have celebrated the history and heritage and the Birmingham story, but also celebrated the contributions made by communities that have come, gone and stayed in this unique city. Lord Mayor, a couple of years ago, I was roped in by Honorary Alderman Mike Ollie in renaming a bridge just off the Broad Street, the Black Sabbath Bridge. Not for a second did I understand when that was launched that there will be hundreds of people flying in from all over the world to acknowledge this. There was more people from South America. In fact, I think the media coverage in South America was greater than the coverage that we had locally here. So I think we have many products that are formed in this city that we can celebrate. I know Councillor Bennett touched upon the music. I understand there's more Bhangra music produced here in Birmingham than in the Punjab. That is something that we need to absolutely push and celebrate. And in my final 30 seconds, I want to touch upon the most important institution in this city, an institution that's helped put Birmingham on the international map, and that is the very institution that we're standing in. Aston Villa is something that we all need to acknowledge as a huge, and in fact, a serious piece of history that Councillor Alden missed upon. The constitution of the Football League was written by William McGregor, whose statue is on the other side, just in front of the Trinity end. He was the person who wrote the constitution, founded the Football League, and made football what it is across the world today. So I think we absolutely need to acknowledge that as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Trickett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Mackie, I do think, given the behaviour of the Tory leader, Tories have really lost the right to actually criticise any Labour leader for irresponsibility. Colleagues, we've talked and we've celebrated much about Birmingham, our cultural diversity, the great cultural institutions we have in terms of music, ballet, and the sheer diversity, be it our cuisine, in terms of our Baltic cuisine, be it in terms of the Black African Caribbean cuisine that we see across the city. I think, again, my colleague, Councillor Zafar, has reflected on the importance of our different neighbourhoods and how that neighbourhoods actually reflect the cultural offer. And my other colleagues referenced UB40, and for me, UB40 was a song of my teen years, and it actually very much reminded me, the song 1 in 10, why I would never ever vote Tory. And again, I can very much celebrate that I have within my ward the Hare and Hounds pub, which was the very pub that UB40 made its name. And I can very much now celebrate that as a 50-something, I can go upstairs and listen to some live music whilst my daughter drinks downstairs. So truly, what we actually have within our neighbourhoods are those true local pubs of which we can all celebrate. And indeed, many of us celebrated the Hare and Hounds and all the businesses' involvement in a local festival, Queen's Heath, to actually celebrate alongside the celebrations within the gay village. I also have the Red Lion in my ward, one of the greatest folk venues on the UK circuit, where you can see great international names. But what we also have in our wards are some of those really strong community-led groups. We have something in Kings Heath called Circus Smash, a community circus space that has as its motto, dream way too big and forget not your purpose, but live every day like your life is a circus. What a way to actually give young people ambition, to show them to think big, to think outside the box. We also have in our ward the Arts Room, a fantastic community space that brought a derelict shop back into use for a range of creative uses, now home to Stage 2 Youth Theatre Company that took a young lad from Nechells and saw him through to the National Theatre, that took a young child who was at risk through every single stage, and now they're in a top drama school. And they did that because they ensured that no matter if you couldn't afford to pay, there was always an opportunity in that youth theatre. And in terms of my area, let us not forget that great comedian treasure, our resident Joe Lycett, who again this week, I'm sure, reflected the feelings of many of us in here. Our arts, our creativity, our city is something to celebrate. But contrary to what John Hunt says, it isn't the Liberals who made this city, it's the people. And what we absolutely need to have is a festival that is shaped by the people of our city, one that supports our legacy and our future. And that is why I do ask you to support the Labour amendment, because this puts actually the opportunity for young, old, all of our diversity to come together and shape something within our neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Councillor Liz Clements.
Lord Mayor, I move the question be put.
Well, we please, Karen Sir, is that agreed? This question be put? Are those in favour? Are those in favour? Are those against? No, sorry, I have to continue.
Thanks very much. Yes, and I'm very glad that the attempt to censor me did not succeed, and women will speak in this chamber. What I wanted to say this afternoon is that some of us in the room are Brummies by birth. Some of us are Brummies by choice. So we've made an active choice to come and live in this city because it is so fantastic. When I was thinking about this idea of a festival of Birmingham, I was thinking about what draws us here. And in my case, it was on the one hand falling in love with the Brummie, and on the other hand, music. Okay, in my case, it's mainly classical music, but we are here to celebrate all that's great about the arts in Birmingham. In 1991, I turned on Radio 3 to hear a documentary about the new International Convention Centre and the amazing Symphony Hall. Simon Rattle was rehearsing the CBSO. There was a moment that I've never forgotten where he suddenly stopped the rehearsal. A cleaner was hoovering at the back of the hall, and Symphony Hall's acoustics were just so fantastic he could hear it crystal clear. Then on the 12th of June 1991, the Symphony Hall opened with a gala concert. On the programme was Mahler's Resurrection Symphony and a new piece by Mark Anthony Turnage, Momentum. Resurrection and momentum. Think about those words. They sum up our city so well. So for me, 1992 was the first chance to actually go to Symphony Hall. I heard the CBSO playing Schoenberg. It was a piece called Transfigured Night, Verklärte Nacht. It was the most exquisite thing I'd ever heard. I moved to Birmingham in 1999, and since then, Symphony Hall has been a spiritual home. Going to hear the CBSO has been a joy, and it's got me through some difficult times. I've become a fan of the Birmingham Opera Group, Birmingham Contemporary Music Group, Ex Cathedra, and the list could go on and on and on. So we all agree in this room, Birmingham's a music metropolis across all genres of music. And at the moment, I'm really enjoying the chance to go around the city spotting the musical routes maps that are cropping up in all the railway stations. It's an ideal opportunity for me to educate myself about the brilliant bands that hail from Birmingham. And I'd like to congratulate the Birmingham Music Archive for this brilliant project. Spot them at the stations when you're out and about. We have a huge amount of musical culture to celebrate and a huge range of arts activity in this brilliant city. That's where I agree with Councillors Alden and Bennett. But let's not celebrate it on one day, and as others have said, not in the middle of winter. The grant of city status to Birmingham on the 14th of January 1889 is an important date that we should honour. And as councillors, we can all live out the Birmingham civic gospel by making our council a model of good governance and by engaging in serious debate on serious issues when we meet at full council. In Birmingham, we should think big and learn from our competitor cities. We've had Arts Fest and the Arts Weekender. They are great celebrations of our city, and they've usually been at the end of August or the beginning of September. But they haven't been yet on the scale or the ambition of, say, Manchester's International Festival. Obviously, like others, I could go on and on about the brilliant concerts I've been to in the city over the last 20 years or so in Brum, but perhaps the most significant event in my life was going with my partner to hear Leonard Cohen at the Manchester International Festival. And that was one of his last tours in the UK. We know that Manchester followed Birmingham's lead in cultural regeneration. For a long time, they were playing catch-up with our city. But with our international festival, they've overtaken us, arguably, and it's time to catch up. The £12 million of arts funding which the Commonwealth Games is bringing to Birmingham is a chance to plan for an ambitious festival of international significance with lots of new commissions for all our arts organisations and the chance for people to participate across the city in our neighbourhoods. It will allow us to showcase all our creatives and to attract the biggest stars to our cities. Arts organisations over the last 12 years have been subject to the same
keep quiet, I am asking
as the rest of the public sector.
I am asking her.
And this will be
keep
the
quiet,
chance
please.
to rejuvenate them. So let's have
Your time is up.
festival.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor Bridget Jones. Pardon? Well, the thing is there second? Is there second? Are those in favour? Are those against?
Shame.
Well, I am in your hands. I am in your hands. I am in your hands. Yeah. Councillor Bridget Jones, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's really nice to have a motion that we can all agree on. Councillor Bennett, thank you for the flashbacks to my very first year on the council and some of the very first speech I gave in the chamber. Councillor Brennan, thank you for making me feel really old by pointing out how old the Streets album is, one of my favourites. I'd love to add to the list of amazing Birmingham people some of the wonderful Birmingham women that we celebrated in the book that we published back in 2019 of women Birmingham heroes and sent to every school in the city so that young girls could have role models, like the incredible Jessie Eden, who led on strikes in our city and fair pay for workers and for women, and the suffragette Bertha Ryland, who is commemorated in the art gallery for slashing a painting in protest at the lack of women's suffrage. Like so many of the other speakers, the only place I disagree on this motion with is the date. And the reason for that is that I was there at the 130th birthday party that we threw for our great city back in 2019. We had dancers, we had singers, we had poetry, we had a light show outside the council house on the 14th of January. It was bloody freezing. It was actually colder than this room is right now. It was dark. It was wet. Nobody came. We had a tiny crowd outside. The weather was atrocious. All of that hard work, all of that effort, all of those fantastic performances put on by people for our city on that day just went to waste because nobody wanted to come. So doing something in the summer, doing it when people can enjoy, using the games as a catalyst is what we need to do. And I'm so proud of our city that I supported our bid to stick it on every TV screen in the world, every computer screen in the world this year when we take our place on the world stage with the Commonwealth. The other reason I think we need to make sure that we change the date, Lord Mayor, and the reason I support this amendment is because I'm afraid, while I support the spirit of the Tory motion, the date actually only speaks to the city centre and not the whole of the city. My ward of Selly Oak, or Bournebrook and Selly Park as it's now known, along with most of Northfield and everything south of my ward, didn't actually join the city on that date. It didn't join the city until 1911. And if you go to Tiverton Road School in my ward, you'll see in the beautiful brickwork up there, the brickwork saying it was part of the Kings Norton School Board at the time that it was built. So I'm afraid a motion that speaks only to the city centre and not for the whole of the city isn't one I can get behind. If we change the date, though, we can make it something for all of Birmingham and for all of our suburbs and for all of our Brummies.
Thank you.
We are a city... Sorry, Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
Was that a thank you?
You got 50 seconds.
Okay. Our city is a great one, and we are going to show just how great next year at our opening ceremony at the Commonwealth Games, at the cultural festival attached to it, but most importantly, actually for me, at the hundreds of little events that are going to be going on in every ward in our city from the funds that we have made available for communities to come together and celebrate the games and celebrate their history and celebrate coming together. That's going to be the real magic of the Commonwealth Games for me. All of our communities have been given a chance to come forward, propose things that they can do to celebrate Birmingham and to do things up and down our great city. So, Lord Mayor, I support the amendment and thank you.
No. Is there seconded? All those in favour? All those against? By the will of the chamber. I mean, I am bound by the will of the chamber. Can I call upon Councillor Brett O'Reilly, again from the south of the city?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the absolute irony. If you'd have told me 2 weeks ago that I'd be standing here debating a motion where the Tories are proposing a celebration, I wouldn't have believed you. But then to add to that irony, if you'd have told me that the Tories would propose a party, probably hold the party, but then keep trying to cut the debate short so they don't have to talk about the party, I wouldn't have believed a word of it, Lord Mayor. Birmingham City is a cultural hub. We're seeing a £12 million investment through the Commonwealth Games. On top of that, we've got a long-standing reputation in arts and culture of all kinds. Whether we think about the famous sculptures around Birmingham by William Bloy, whether we look at the Hippodrome, the Rep, anchors of the cultural sector, or all the many great bands. I'm not sure if Ocean Coliseum was mentioned, but that's one of my personal favourites. And great comedians, just for Councillor Carl Rice, such as Jasper Carrott. I absolutely endorse the comments by Bobby Alden. and by Councillor Matt Bennett, and indeed by Ian Ward and all of the people that have spoke, in the spirit of celebrating the founding of Birmingham. I think that's a really important thing that we should come together and celebrate. But also, we need to make every celebration in this city accessible to all residents. If you take people with disabilities, if you take the elderly, if you take really young children, they would all struggle to attend external activities on the date being proposed. So I absolutely agree we should be celebrating the date and marking every other occasion in our proud history, but actually a festival in January is somewhat nonsensical. The Commonwealth Games provides us with an excellent foundation to celebrate the investment in Birmingham City Council, in Birmingham City, led by Birmingham City Council. The successful bid for the Commonwealth Games is going to has already invested 500k targeted at young people, ensuring that every child or every young person across the city has at least one opportunity through the Commonwealth Games. We also see Birmingham City Council, through the Commonwealth Games, prioritising work with young people who are NEET and at risk of becoming NEET. And we've also seen over 400 jobs projected to be created and 57 apprenticeships through the Commonwealth Games. Take that with the capacity for around 2,000 homes through the Perry Bar regeneration scheme, or 5,000 with in the wider Perry Bar area. All of this has contributed to the flexible skills funding through the West Midlands Combined Authority, and alongside other major infrastructure projects provides a springboard for a celebration of Birmingham to take place in the summer when appropriate. But let me just say this, members, Birmingham City Council is not going to host the Commonwealth Games. Birmingham City is going to host the Commonwealth Games, and that is why one important part of the amendment that hasn't really been opposed by the opposition, so I think it needs to be highlighted, is that if we're going to celebrate with the people, we need to talk to the people and take the people with us, and that is why I'm supporting the amendment put forward by the Leader of the Council. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. I got Councillor Karen McCarthy. Please carry on. Okay. Great. All those in favour? All those against? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the Labour amendment on 2 points, and I also promise not to remove any clothing during my speech. While the 14th of January is indeed the date on which Birmingham became a city, as many speakers have already referred, it's freezing cold and too close to Christmas and the New Year. I do, however, welcome the opposition group's late conversion to the idea of extending the midwinter festivities for the benefit of our hospitality, entertainment and retail office, though at the moment I can't think what we might call that. But using that date would also, as Councillor Jones has mentioned, exclude those areas such as Sullyoak and Northfield and swathes of the north of the city, which joined the city much later. Other dates which also might be used, such as the original incorporation of Birmingham as a borough, also fall in the colder times of the year. Even the Greater Birmingham extension, which was at least in April of 1912, by the time it finally concluded, would exclude Sutton Coldfield. So let's find a date when we can all celebrate together and enjoy a whole range of events indoor and outdoor, right across the city in all our neighbourhoods. We need a festival that represents all our citizens and their complex and complicated histories and culture. From all parts of the city and from our world-famous arts organisations to our aspiring writers, actors, artists and musicians, as well as the technical and production professionals trained and working here, all must be represented. And I will count in that as entitled to take part in our celebration of Brummie culture, those who were born here and stayed, those who were born here and took their talents out to the wider world, those who, like me, moved here and stayed, and even those who passed through our city and took their talents elsewhere and still celebrate Birmingham in their work. I want us to celebrate industry as well, but not just the men whose names were on the inventions, but the women who looked at the tasks they were completing as piecework at home or in the factories and said, hang on a minute, it would be better if we did it this way. Their names may not be recorded, but we know that's how it worked, and we should celebrate their efforts too. It's going to be a great year for Birmingham. We're going to see even more television and film
30 seconds
left from Birmingham. And we must include our children in this. We must have a children's festival of arts and culture alongside that. And as we're celebrating the Lunar New Year today, can I give a quick mention to one of Selly Oak's own, Maisie Chan, who is nominated for awards for her children's books and has now moved on to screenwriting. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can I? Okay. Yes, please. Is that seconded? All those in favour? All those against? Yes. I am will of the chamber. Okay, next speaker, Councillor Jerry Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And we had 90 minutes this afternoon to discuss two different motions. The first one from the Conservatives about the Festival for Birmingham, and the second one about the appalling failings of the waste system in this city under Labour. And I think the citizens of Birmingham would be completely disgusted to know that the Labour group over there are so frightened to discuss the failings of the waste system under them that they have talked on and on and on to talk out the motion about the waste system in Birmingham. Now I ask you, members, when you look at your postbags, when you look at the complaints you get from residents, are they about having a festival in Birmingham, or are they about the failings of the waste system under Labour? They are about the failings of the waste system under Labour, and people would be disgusted that in the full meeting of this council you will not allow that to be discussed. I know you think it's clever, you think it's very funny to have called speaker after speaker who were not on the original list just to talk out the Lib Dem motion, but the members of the public would not think it was funny. I think it's disgusting, I think they think it's disgusting, and you should all be thoroughly ashamed of yourselves.
Next speaker is Councillor Carter. Come on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I may say to Conservative colleagues, if they're that keen to discuss those issues, perhaps they should have moved that motion themselves. I do, however, want to just take this opportunity to add a few lines of my own to the love letter, frankly, that I've been writing to this city this afternoon. I absolutely share the pride that other colleagues have expressed in Birmingham. I was born here, brought up here, educated here, lived my own life, whole life here. I owe this city everything, and I'll be very proud to serve its people for 2 decades on this council. And I am incredibly proud of the fact that we'll be showing this city to the world as we welcome the Commonwealth Games here. And as a son of Perry Bar, I'll be very proud to show the regenerated Perry Bar to the world as well.
Please, calm down.
I also enjoyed the opportunity to talk a little bit about music. It would be remiss of me not to mention Dexys Midnight Runners, who of course produced the finest first album of all time. I'm also very disappointed to learn the streets are now 20 years old, Councillor Brennan. That ages me greatly. On the substance of the motion that's before us, and I don't want to repeat what others have said with regard to the date, that date in January is of course incredibly important to the history of this city, but as other colleagues have pointed out, with a city with a history like ours, there are many other dates. The 3rd of June 1911 being particularly important because that was the date of the Greater Birmingham Act, which brought the areas of Yardley, which now form part of my own ward of Glebe Farm and Tile Cross, into the city. And of course, Perry Bar didn't come in until the end of the 20s, and Sutton Coldfield later still. And I think this underscores why we need to have a proper conversation with the citizens, with the arts and the cultural sector, to ensure that we get any celebration of this city. You've had your time.
Let him speak.
We need to do something that ensures we're reflecting the amazing diversity of this city today, something we can all be very proud of, the heritage that sits in every community and neighbourhood of this city, and builds on the tremendous legacy that the Commonwealth Games will bring. And members should be aware that there's a lot of work already underway to make that happen. The £6 million that sits in the Commonwealth Games Community Fund, we've used £500,000 of that to create the Stronger Communities Fund, for which applications have just closed. That's already developing a series of inclusive heritage trails, so joining up the city physically, and of course the stories of the city's heritage as well, the many experiences and journeys that have brought people to this place we're all proud to call home. Things like the We Made Birmingham projects, which is working with local organisations and communities to collect the stories of individuals, neighbourhoods and communities. And of course, this is also supporting the Getting Communities Talking project, which is work to engage and work with specifically with women in this city, particularly those who have been most marginalised. And as Councillor McCarthy and others referred to, the important story, the contribution that women have made to the story of this city. We also, if we're going to do this properly, need to build upon the Celebrating Communities work that's taking place in each of our 69 wards, that money that's enabling us to run the Getting Active programmes, the money to improve community spaces and funding local community celebrations, and the Celebrating Culture work as well. And I know that this has been very enthusiastically received in my own ward. I look at the work that we're doing around creating our own history trail, the work that we're doing to regenerate Glebe Farm Recreation Ground, the community celebrations that we're trying to organise in the ward end part of our ward as well. And these are all things, colleagues, that we need to be learning from to ensure that if we're going to have a Birmingham festival, it's one that's genuinely inclusive and celebrated in every part of our city. This is an amazing place. It's got diversity across neighbourhoods, faiths and cultures. It's an amazing place because of its scale and because of its youth. And I did welcome the fact that, as Councillor Bennett pointed out in his opening remarks, we have an excellent record of integration here on which we need to build and champion as well. That's exactly what this Labour amendment is seeking to do. And I do hope that we can actually unite behind it so we get a programme of events and festivals that truly showcases this amazing city. Okay. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Suleiman.
Lord Mayor, I think the question be put. Seconded.
I only got a couple of speakers after. Okay then. Is that seconded? Seconded. Are those in favour? Are those against? That is the will of the chamber. I am bound by that. Councillor Suleiman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, please let us speak. Please let us speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today we've heard from colleagues from across the council about the wonderful cultural and artistic sector that we have here in our city. As one of the councillors for Hall Green North, I have had the honour of representing a diverse ward with a rich cultural offering. I have recently had the pleasure of visiting the legendary Sayhall Mill that inspired J.R. Tolkien in my ward, where work is being undertaken by our long-standing community group, Sayhall Environment Action Team, alongside the council to bring back the amphitheatre into use. This will be an amazing asset to our community, and I look forward to the many sporting and creative events that will be held there. Lord Mayor, the Commonwealth Games will provide a brilliant opportunity for our city. With all eyes of the world on us, we can inspire a future generation of children with a rich program of cultural activities and, of course, 11 days of world-class sport. We should look to build on the Games to develop an annual festival which will continue the legacy of Birmingham 2022 long into the future. This festival should take place during the summer, not in the middle of winter. The summer is when our communities can come together, whether that's in a park, at a school venue, a place of worship, or even in their street. They can enjoy the long evenings and warm weather and celebrate the best of our culture. That is why I'm supporting this Labour's vital amendment. Thank you.
I call upon. Where is it? Councillor Robert Alden. Now I call upon Councillor Robert Alden to reply.
Well, thank you, Lord Mayor. Pretty astonishing. Normally you'd stand up here to sum up everyone's contributions, but what we actually heard from the Labour group was a desperate attempt not to speak about waste in this city on the next item. Quite astonishing. It's been picked up by the press, guys. Picked up by the press. No doubt the press tomorrow will be pointing out that 8 times during that motion you voted down moving on to the next item. I'm very keen to always put the question when it's your motion second, but less so, to be fair, to the Lib Dem group. Interesting that was. Councillor Hunt, thank you for what you highlighted, particularly about the role of urban district councils. Councillor Khan, you talked about the fact that the Commonwealth Games stuff in the Labour motion is all one-offs. Councillor Trickett liked to talk about each of the neighbourhoods and their offers and her local pubs, so thank you for that. Councillor Brennan particularly talked passionate about her pride for the city. Councillor Hussain talked about the heritage of the City of 1,000 Trades, absolutely spot on. Councillor Mackie highlighted the need for actually to have some things in the cultural calendar at this time of the year, instead of piling everything into 1 month, which we heard a number of speakers talk about from the Labour group, how it's really exciting that you can have everything in 1 month. August is an incredibly busy time of year for people in terms of events happening in the city. It's also a very expensive time. I appreciate for some people on the Labour side who might have a holiday home abroad to go to or something, that they don't appreciate the cost of holidays to people. But actually it's a very expensive time this summer to most ordinary Brummies in this city. Councillor Zappa, I didn't mention the football because I knew you would. Spot on, absolutely right, birthplace of football here. It was interesting, for a number of the speakers, Lord Mayor, you could have played games bingo. You heard 11 days of sport, be bold, brave enough to bid, the legacy. And the interesting thing is no one could highlight any legacy beyond a year. It was all about one-offs. The exact point our motion was brought to try and tackle, that there is no vision for the long term from this administration. So instead what we had was Councillor Ward standing up to talk about how January was too wet to have anything in. If he knew the weather in Birmingham, he obviously doesn't, he'd know that actually the average rainfall in January, 5.89 centimetres, is exactly the same as the average rainfall in August in Birmingham, 5.89 centimetres. Now, we also heard Councillor Ward talk about you wouldn't want anyone to go into town in January. I'm sure the hospitality businesses appreciated that. He talked about how no one would attend things. We had a couple of Labour speakers talk about how no one would attend things at that time of year. Presumably the German market is incredibly badly attended in the winter in this city, because apparently no one attends things at that time of year. We heard Councillor Ward dance around the issue of the date a lot. It was almost as if he didn't realise the significance of the date. The point is that's the date the city was created. It wasn't the Conservative group that came up with that date. It was our forefathers who came up with that date. Perhaps if he has an issue with the date that city was made a city, he could go back in time and speak to them. That would also allow the Lib Dems to have a chance to talk about the no confidence this city has in the terrible waste service in this city. Because we all know on this side of the chamber how terrible the waste service is. And I can tell you, come May, people on that side of the chamber are going to start realising just how bad waste service in this city has got under that administration. And before they stand up and claim us for attacking the staff, it's not the staff's fault, it's the administration's fault. It's the appalling leadership from the administration. Because when there's a chance to talk about the issues in the city, what do? They hide, they run away, and they vote down every attempt to show the city how no one has confidence in the Labour Party.
We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Ian Ward, seconded by Councillor Jane Francis. Are those in favour? Are those against? Amendment is carried. So now we will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? The motion as amended is carried. Now we move on to second motion. And I call upon Councillor. Is that seconded? Are those in favour?
You are leaving 9 minutes for this debate.
And are those against? Please, please, calm down. Calm down. I call upon Councillor Mariam Jan to move the motion of which.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Finally, I get to speak, and finally, I'm going to get heard. I rise to propose this motion in my name, which is seconded by Councillor Barbara Baz. The Lib Dem motion before you, short as it is, asks this chamber one simple question. If this council has no confidence in the administration's management of the city's waste management services, yes or no? This chamber has heard time and time again excuse after excuse with misdirection and misinterpretations from current cabinet members who have held this position for almost 4 years. 4 years to get things right, 4 years to improve the service, 4 years of lies. All residents of this city contribute towards. But no, I can say with total confidence, both he and his administration have not got things right. Panto, I'm going to be heard. My turn to speak.
Please, a point of order. Yes, Janice.
If you let me finish, you'll know what I'm on about.
Please, Janice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I've been referencing that, question point of order. Is it in order for the councillor to call me a liar? And on a minor point, been in post 3 years rather than 4. But I would ask that she withdraws the comment I'm a liar. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, I will continue. Thank you, Lord Mayor. We as elected members continually receive complaints after complaints from constituents who for weeks on end have no rubbish collections or household recycling or green. It doesn't seem...
Councillor Mariam Jan, would you please stop? Would you withdraw the word liar?
Sorry?
Would you please withdraw the word liar? accusing him.
I will correct myself, okay? If not 4 years, it's 3 years. Are you happy with that, O'Shea?
No. Would you please withdraw the allegation that he is a liar?
I apologize if I got it incorrect. It's instead of 4 years, it's 3 years. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to continue. Time is ticking on.
No.
Lord Mayor, with this...
You have to...
Time is ticking, Lord Mayor, and time has already been wasted.
Yes. Would you please withdraw that word liar?
Okay, I would withdraw that one word only. But here, can you all be quiet and listen to my speech, please, because it's really important. Calls from residents who have assisted collections, who find the rubbish uncollected whilst their neighbours is all gone. And residents who call because their whole road has been missed, house upon house, with full bins and crews who just sail past without stopping. Well, the administration can puff their chests out proudly, say that 99% of planned collections are made on time and that the figures they collect that are used to nationally benchmark against other authorities, and aren't we doing well? Hey ho. We heard this repeatedly at the last full council meeting, and what we learnt is that neither the cabinet member nor the leader understand the statistics that are so found of repeating. And before I get shut down, this is not a criticism of the hard-working waste management crews who have kept the service going, although it is on its knees. This is about management of the essential service at the top of the administration. It doesn't distract that the whole of 2020, 45,241 bin collections were reported missed by residents. That is an average of 3,770 homes per month who reported on miscollections. Irrespective of which ward a resident lives in, the story is the same. Just to be clear, and not to confuse the incumbent administration, the 45,241 bin collections I quoted is the number of missed collections actually reported by residents, which is just a fraction of the numbers actually missed when a whole round is bumped. This council is not monitoring missed rounds. That much we know. My ward, Perrybar, as we know, is exceptional. And we may have suffered exceptional loss of collections. A couple of weeks ago, and at least 6 rounds were missed, but I know from colleagues and from reports around the city, the problem is city-wide, and it reflects a council leadership that has failed to recognise the problems in the service or to deliver an effective improvement plan. The next door message board has recently seen residents in Birchfield asking if anyone knows why the recycling has not been collected in the B20 area. In Handsworth Wood, residents say their recycling has not been collected since early December, despite reporting this. Another resident in Perrybar says their recycling is the same. Residents in the West Lozelles have had missed household collections for 2 weeks, while North Newtown residents have not had a collection for 3 months. The simplest of services, totally broken, and yet I can quote the cabinet member in an answer to a written question in July 2021. We still have a long way to go, and I will not stop until we have no miscollections in the city. He is wrong. They're both cabinet member and incumbent administration have no effective plan to repair the damage. Instead, they rely on flawed statistics to defend the indefensible. Nothing but blame the ongoing challenges and issues on managing COVID-19 and particular seasonal sicknesses increasing across the workforce. They say that whatever possible, crews are covering dropped work and waste management are trying to bring in other drivers to help. But there is a national shortage of HGV drivers, and they continue to apologise unreservedly for these delays. Why is it other councils can manage their waste correctly and Birmingham always fails so miserably? Why, in July last year, the cabinet member made a point of saying in response to a Lib Dem written question There will always be specific problems, access to particular roads, COVID isolation, vehicle breakdown, staff sickness will always cause problems. Yes, but everyone wants to know, what are you doing about this? If missed waste collections are not enough, I want to touch on another blight to this city, fly tipping. Millions have poured into cleaning the city, with an additional 7.2 million in July. Last year, which is the cabinet member himself listed as previously 4 deep clean city-wide crews to clear bin bags from our streets, 19 cameras, 6 officers working the most heavily piloted hard wards and more officers into enforcement. The people of the city have told the administration about the problems, but yet again, they lack the focus necessary to put deep-seated, chronic, as I said, more lip service and not enough listening. Yet again, we have residents continuously complaining about the manner of rubbish on their roads and open spaces by major road junctions at the front and the back of the shops of alleyways. They call it an eyesore. They cannot understand why people are so dirty, and they say that they've never seen anything like this in years. All this, and we have an eyes of the world upon us in July with the Commonwealth Games. That's what we keep hearing. But what is being done about the rubbish? Nothing. In 2022, 4 words. No, carry on, because everyone else is allowed to carry on and talk.
Your time.
In 2020, 4 worst areas of fly tipping were recorded as being Sparkbrook, Borsaley, Soho, Jewellery Quarter, Borsley Green, Alum Rock. A total of 33.853 instances of fly tipping were recorded during those 12 months.
Please. No.
Thank you.
We haven't got time now. There's no time. Hello.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Please.
I wonder why Labour was scared to have a full debate. Shame on all of you. I rise to second the motion set out in my name.
Please listen to me. There is no time. You only have to move it, because then the amendments have to be moved in and seconded, and then there is no time now.
I'll be short and sweet.
No. There's no time. There's no time. There's no time, because the thing, I am advised there is no time left.
Shame.
Yes, so you simply move.
Where was it last month?
Move.
Why was it different last month?
You simply second it.
Why was it different last month?
Please simply second it.
Shame on every one of you over there. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the motion set out in my name and that of Councillor Madden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shame on all of you Labour councillors.
Thank you. No. So now I have one amendment which would be, I would be asking the proposer, Councillor Reddy Arden, to move it formally, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I say to the people of Birmingham that I have to move my amendment formally because I have been stopped by the Labour Party from speaking about the disgusting state of the waste system under them because they talk this motion out. That's what they think about your cares, people of Birmingham, about the way the waste system's run. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I move.
Now I call upon Councillor Simon Morale to formally second the amendment.
Lord Mayor.
So she has to come back to...
When I said about lack of transparency at this Labour-run council, I didn't expect you to literally prove me right in the same council! Oh my gosh! And just on a positive note, massive shout out to all the litter picking groups, which is another positive for Birmingham. 1,000 bags of rubbish collected in Franklin alone. That is the record of this Labour Council. I rise to second the amendment in my name. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Daddy Arden, and seconded by Councillor Simon Morale. All those in favour of that amendment? Well, again, there is no time. There is no time.
Lord Mayor, the Constitution under 4.4b8 allows the summing up to take place. Lord Mayor, it's 6 minutes past.
Please. Let me get the advice. Okay, then, can I ask Councillor Mariam Jan to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Conservatives' amendment, and I accept. As you can clearly see, Labour are running scared. I am also going to be reading a speech because this motion wasn't completely fair, as we know. But hey-ho, I'm still here and I'm talking. I rise. The Labour administration continues to fail the residents of Birmingham. We all have seen issues around missed refuse and recycling collection since 2018. Many roads having to wait a fortnight or sometimes even longer to have bins emptied is not acceptable to residents. Litter picking is non-existent in many wards, with residents questioning if we shall have litter picking crews. Lack of enforcement action outside the city centre has given those that want to drop litter or even fly tip a free hand. And even those residents that have taken it upon themselves to set up litter picking groups are now facing great difficulties in getting bags and other equipment to continue to keep their areas clean. It is shameful when you speak to people who give up their free time to make a difference in their communities being treated in such a manner. In my ward of Yardley West and Stetchford, this is on behalf of Councillor Barbara Baz because he wasn't allowed to speak. Right, so there's a total failure in Councillor Barbara Baz's ward, despite a number of emails asking for roads to be cleaned and getting this done. And I know many other elected representatives in his chamber have faced similar issues. Lord Mayor, the biggest pet hate fly tipping can be found in virtually every ward across Birmingham. This Labour administration does not listen to opposition members who ask for the popular bulky waste collection to be brought back, and a big percentage of fly tipping will be tackled. With the Commonwealth Games fast approaching, I would be embarrassed to show visitors from across the world what a slum Birmingham really has turned into. Yes, I expect you to disagree. The Labour administration has spent millions on redevelopment of the city centre and put millions into Perry Bar for the Commonwealth Games. Yet every other area across the city has been neglected. I would encourage the leader to get out of his fantasy world and realise there is more to Birmingham. Under his leadership, he has brought this city to its knees, as has previous cabinet members from this administration who failed to keep Britain clean. The present cabinet member has continued in their footsteps. Birmingham residents deserve better, and I'm confident that this Labour Council will be held to task in May's local elections, when people have got the chance after 4 years of voting to not vote the same way again. I would like to ask everyone to support this motion, as changes need to be made, and yes, vote of no confidence. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Deputy Alderman and seconded by Councillor Simon Buran. All those in favour? All those against? That is lost.
Officers are getting together on a point of order. We are paying a king's ransom for this room. A number of colleagues are cold and have put coats on. Could we respectfully ask that we negotiate a reduction in the rent that we pay for the room.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillors, we'll do the equivalent of locking the doors. The whips just want to make sure they've got no members outside. For the first time, I can't hear you.
Please be serious.
I think the whips have come back in, so we'll treat that as the minute. So I think members are now aware of the process. So, Councillor Ahmed is against. Councillor Aklak? That's against. Councillor Aitken? That's against. Councillor Akhtar? Apologies. Councillor Deirdre Alden? That's 4. Councillor Robert Alden? That's 4. Councillor Ali? I think he's given apologies. Councillor Armstrong's given apologies. Councillor Atwell? Against. Councillor Azim?
Against.
Against. Councillor Barry? Is 4. Councillor Baz? Is 4. Councillor Beecham? Apologies. Councillor Bennett? Councillor Booth? That's against. Councillor Bohr? Is against. Councillor Brennan? Is against. Councillor Bridle? Is against. Councillor Brown has given apologies. Councillor Chatfield? Is against. Councillor Chowdhury? Is 4. Councillor Clancy? Is 4. Councillor Clements? Councillor Clements? Councillor Clements? Is against. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Councillor Cornish? Is 4. Councillor Cotton? Is against. Councillor Davis has given apologies. Councillor Delaney? Is 4. Councillor Donaldson? Is against. Councillor Dring? Apologies. Councillor Fazell has given apologies. Councillor Fowler? Is 4. Councillor Francis? Is against. Councillor Freeman? Apologies. Councillor Peter Griffiths has given apologies. Councillor Grinrod? Is against. Councillor Hampton has given apologies. Councillor Harmer? Is 4. Councillor Harries? Is 4. Councillor Hartley? Is against. Councillor Higgs? Is 4. Councillor Holavara? Apologies. Councillor Hunt? Is 4. Councillor Mahmood Hussain? Is against. Councillor Shabreen Hussain? Is against. Councillor Huxtable? Is 4. Councillor Idris? Councillor Iqbal? Is against. Councillor Iro has given apologies. Councillor Islam? Is against. Councillor Jan? Is 4. Councillor Kerry Jenkins? Is against. Councillor Marion Jenkins? Apologies. Councillor Johnson White? Apologies. Councillor Jones? Bridget Jones, I beg your pardon. Is against. Councillor Josh Jones? Apologies. Councillor Causa? Against. Councillor Marion Khan? Is against. Councillor Zahir Khan's given apologies. Councillor Kuna? Is against. Councillor Lal? Is against. Councillor Leddy? Is against. Councillor Bruce Lines? Is 4. Councillor John Lines? Apologies. Councillor Locke? Is against. Councillor Mackey? 4. Councillor Mahmood? Against. Councillor Maliki given apologies. Councillor McCarthy? Is against. Councillor Meir? Against. Councillor Moore? Councillor Morell? Is 4. Councillor Mosquito? Is against. Councillor O'Reilly? Is against. Councillor O'Shea? Is against. Councillor Pears? Is 4. Councillor Pocock? Is against. Councillor Pritchard? Is 4. Councillor Quinnen? Is against. Councillor Rashid? Apologies. Councillor Rice? Is against. Councillor Sambrook? Apologies. His apologies. Councillor Sandhu? Is for. Councillor Scott? Apologies. Councillors Shah, Sharp and Spence have all given apologies. Councillor Stanford? Is for. Councillor Storer? Is for. Councillor Straker-Wells? Councillor against. Councillor Sulman? Is against. Councillor Thompson? Councillor Tilsley? Is for. Councillor Trickett? Is against. Councillor Ian Ward? Is against. Councillor Mike Ward? Is for. Councillor Suzanne Webb? Apologies. Councillor Wood? Is for. Councillor Yip?
I hope we're satisfied on that side. It's been a shameful meeting.
Please keep quiet.
So it was up 4. Thank you. And Councillor Zafar? Councillor Zafar? Against. If you just bear with me, we'll just check those figures.
Motion as amended. Pardon? 44 against, 29 in favour. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Sorry, it is the last actually. We will now vote on the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost.
I don't want to move you front. Can't comment on that. So I'm just going to take it that doors have been locked and we're ready to go straight into the vote again. Councillor Ahmed is against. Councillor Aklak is against. Councillor Aitken is against. Councillor Akhtar has given apologies. Councillor Deirdre Alden is for. Councillor Robert Alden. Councillor Ali has given apologies. Councillor Armstrong apologies. Councillor Atwell is against. Councillor Azim is against. Councillor Barry is for. Councillor Baz is for. Councillor Beecham has given apologies. Councillor Bennett is for. Councillor Booth is against. Councillor Bohr is against. Councillor Brennan is against. Councillor Bridle is against. Councillor Brown, apologies. Councillor Chatfield is against. Councillor Chowdhury is for. Councillor Clancy is for. Councillor Clement is against. Councillor Cornish is for. Councillor Cotton is against. Councillor Davis, apologies. Councillor Delaney is for. Councillor Donaldson is against. Councillor Dring is apologies. Councillor Fazal is given apologies. Councillor Fowler is for. Councillor Francis is against. Councillor Freeman is given apologies, as has Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Grinrod is against. Councillor Hampton's apologies. Councillor Harmer is for. Councillor Harries is for. Councillor Hartley is against. Councillor Higgs is for. Councillor Holivar is given apologies. Councillor Hunt is for. Councillor Mahmood Hussain is against. Councillor Shabreen Hussain is against. Councillor Huxtable is for. Councillor Idris is against. Councillor Iqbal is against. Councillor Ira is given apologies. Councillor Islam is against. Councillor Jan is for. Councillor Kerry Jenkins is against. Councillor Marion Jenkins is given apologies. Councillor Johnson White is given apologies. Councillor Bridget Jones is against. Councillor Josh Jones, apologies. Councillor Causa is against. Councillor Marion Khan is against. Zahir Khan has given apologies. Councillor Kuna is against. Councillor Lau is against. Councillor Leddy is against. Councillor Bruce Lyons is for. John Lyons' apologies. Councillor Locke is against. Councillor Mackey is for. Councillor Mahmood is against. Councillor Malik is given apologies. Councillor McCarthy is against. Councillor Meir is against. Councillor Moore is for. Councillor Morrell is for. Councillor Mosquito. Councillor Mosquito is against. Councillor O'Reilly is against. Councillor O'Shea is against. Councillor Pears is for. Councillor Pocock is against. Councillor Pritchard is for. Councillor Quinnan is against. Councillor Rashid is apologies. Councillor Rice is against. Councillor Sandbrook is apologies. Councillor Sandu is for. Councillor Scott. Apologies. Councillor Shah, Sharp and Spencer have given apologies. Councillor Stamford is for. Councillor Storer is for. Councillor Straker-Wells is against. Yes. Councillor Soliman is against. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tilsley is for. Councillor Trickett is against. Councillor Ian Ward is against. Councillor Mike Ward. Apologies. Councillor Suzanne Webb's given apologies. Councillor Wood is for. Councillor Yip is for. And Councillor Zaffa is against. Just bear with us for a moment.
Motion is lost by 44 to 28. 44 against, 28 for favour. So motion is lost. That concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you for attending today. Thank you.